20 for 3 runs in the 4th inning. And with that, he was done. Skipper Stephen Vogt on Slade, lasted just 3 2/3.
I thought he was great, and then kind of went out for the 4th and just was over the middle. Kind of lost the command a little bit, and just stuff wasn't as lifey. They jumped him and obviously answered right back after our 3 spot.
Guardians lose their 4th in a row. The Twins now just game behind Cleveland for 2nd place in the AL Central. Minnesota tied the game in the 7th. Eric Zabrowski walked in a pair of runs. Guardians reliever Tim Herron had to leave last night's game in the 6th inning. Took a line drive off his left elbow. The good news is x-rays did come back negative. Herron suffered just a bruise. We're hoping to get an update today, and the hope is that Herron will not have to go on the injured list. Luckily for the Guardians, they remain 1 game behind the White Sox for 1st in the AL Central. Thanks to the Boston Red Sox. Last night, Boston's Jake Bennett, 7 scoreless innings, and the Red Sox win 5-0. Boston's won 5 in a row, 10 of 12 and 13 of 18. That series wraps this afternoon in Chicago. Cavaliers and the rest of the NBA continue to wait on LeBron James. Meanwhile, the Cavs lost another one of their own free agents. Reports say Larry Nance Jr. coming to terms on a 1-year, $4 million contract with Indiana. Nance, the 3rd free agent to leave Cleveland. Dean Wade left for the 76ers, and Keon Ellis signed with the Brooklyn Nets. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima here on 92.3 The Fan.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Right center field. It's deep. And the Twins win. Alan Roden just called up yesterday when they put Byron Buxton on the injured list. And in his first game of the season with the Twins, he has 2 hits, 2 runs batted in, including the game winner in the bottom of the 9th.
It was a weird night from the bullpen, right? I mean, we had to go there a little earlier than we wanted to. It just seemed like we lost the strike zone there, and it was at the 7th. Very uncharacteristic night for them, but I thought Gowdy pitched amazing. Caden came in, stopped it. It's funny, it felt like they pitched well, but we just walked way too many people. Our offense was phenomenal. I thought our guys played really well. I thought this was a well-fought game. We just gave them way too many opportunities. Yeah, it hurts. I mean, you never want to lose, but losing that way really hurts. This team's resilient. We've had tough losses before. We got to come back tomorrow ready to win a ball game. That's exactly what we're going to do. But it's definitely going to sting for a while, but we want it to sting. We don't want to let games like this just go right away. We'll be back.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Audio courtesy of Guardians TV. Well, that sucked last night. Hello.
The losing stops now, Kenny.
Something's wrong with Eric Zabrowski, right?
You think so?
He threw 10 straight balls.
Yeah.
Something's wrong with him. Like this, he can't. There's no way. He spent time on the IL. This is what I'm saying. He spent time on the IL. He comes off the IL. I mean, he's giving up runs, giving up hits. He's pitching through injury. There's something wrong with this guy. There's no way. There's nothing wrong with him. In fact, honestly, don't you kind of, because he's been good for you, don't you kind of hope? Because before the injury, was he not one of the best relievers in baseball? Certainly
awesome.
The best lefty. Certainly the best lefty. So something's got to be wrong with him. And then we went through 1, 2, because Slade Ciccone.
There were 8 walks yesterday.
Was poop yesterday.
There were 14 in that game.
They had 8 walks.
Which, a baseball game with 14 walks is borderline unwatchable.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We had 7 Who the hell is going to come out of the bullpen later on today? You can't bring Matt Festa back out there.
No, he's done.
No.
I don't think anybody wants to see him.
No.
You should bring out Cody Allen out of the booth.
You know what? He could probably do it.
I've heard worse ideas, John. I don't know how strong his arm is coming out of the booth, but you know what? I've heard worse. So we need about 8.5. We need about 8 2/3 innings from Gavin Williams today. I don't know who comes up. Maybe you can just roll Cade Smith back out there then. That's what we need. Is that not what we need? Owen is just. I think Owen's beside himself. Like that was terrible.
I didn't realize
night.
the amount of relievers we threw yesterday.
We threw 7.
We're in a pretty bad spot. 140 start today.
Oh my God. What's up, Paul Osamacher doing right now?
Twins are now a game behind you. You're a game behind the White Sox.
Oh boy.
Remember Les Levine's joke about Asemacher?
No, what?
We had the largest freestanding scoreboard in the world at one point.
Okay.
They always said that. The freestanding scoreboard. Which I didn't know how to compare that to the other scoreboards.
How do you enclose? What was the biggest enclosed scoreboard? Was that like on the Astrodome back in the day or something?
No idea.
Goodyear blimp.
Okay.
But
that's enclosed.
Les always used to joke about how we had the largest freestanding scoreboard in the world, but they had to shorten the name Assenmacher.
Les.
Wouldn't spell the whole thing out. Anyway,
No.
yeah, that was tough because you kept taking these leads in that game, and you were riding a 3-game losing streak. You're like, all right, this is the one to get back on track. And they let it slip away.
It wasn't even. I can't even say slip it. I mean, slip it away. Yeah, I guess I'll put it that way. I don't want to sit there and fight on words for crying out loud.
You kept getting the lead. You
Lord
had
Almighty.
the lead at 3, and you had the lead at 5, and then you're sitting there with, just a game that you felt like if the bullpen just even has a slightly below average game, you win.
That's as bad as it gets. And the other ones, I know that Matt Festa's become a punching bag to the fan base. He's been rough. Sean Armstrong hasn't been much better. I can't even say he has been any bit better at all.
Do you think pitching for Italy has ruined Mr. Festa?
Well, hell, Pony brought up that he thought the World Baseball Classic ruined Paul Skeens, and then Paul Skeens banged up. Tim Herron he got a contusion, so at least you have that, but he ain't going to pitch today after something like that happened last night. So, I mean, you did. You went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? 7. We went through 7 bleeping relievers last night. I don't know who's left. If you are in that bullpen and you don't get picked in a game like that, do you take that personally?
Couldn't find a way to get you in?
We went through everybody except you. This ain't good, man. This is not good. I'm not feeling good about this. You know what makes me feel even worse about it? I'm not trying to blow your stuff up there, Owen. But when Owen threw in that little dart yesterday, where he's like, I feel worse about this team than I did last year's team, and they were down by 15 games at this point last year.
We kind of put a pin in that at the time, and I was curious why that was the case because, we
never used 8 pitchers in the game. I don't know. I felt like the way the season was playing out, and there wasn't feeling better or worse about a team. I maybe that's just something I said in the moment, but the way the season was playing out last year, I could see a clear rally point in which they were starting to build on something, and I'm not seeing that right now. Now, this is also that time of the year where, this time last year, they had just gotten swept by the Tigers. I believe they had a really bad series against the Tigers over 4th of July. But then they went to Houston and swept them. And then the Tigers were doing stupid stuff like losing to bad teams. And the Guardians were beating good teams. I don't know that the Guardians are beating good teams right now. I haven't seen it in a while.
Social media reaction on X brought to you by
Shibe Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Jacob on Twitter says, bring back Class A.
Oh, just like that?
Do we want to have that discussion?
Is it? Obviously there's no Jose Ramirez right now. And if you would have told me before the season that he would miss half the games at this stage, I'd have been like, oh boy, how far back are we? And I look up and we're only 1 game back.
Yeah.
Of the White Sox. And again, it's the gift that keeps on giving being in this
I love it, man.
division. But I just feel like they're biding time. And I know they weren't terrific with Jose, and I know he was not having a great year. But mentally, part of where I'm at is, all right, once he comes back, he'll get in a groove, and there'll be a different team.
Who's the leader on the team right now?
Let me throw it by you guys. Yeah, that's still him, right? Because the rest are young, too young. They're just too young.
There was points in the last couple of years where
Hedges.
It's like Hedges,
but he's not an everyday kind of guy.
He's actually more everyday than he's been. With his time with them.
Let me now hold on. Let me throw this by you guys because you just gave me a thought. We're still only 1 game back, right?
Correct.
Okay, you just said that. Thank you. Now I've made the joke before, like, hey, everybody wants to make fun of the AFC South except for the fans of the teams that are in the AFC South because you always kind of got to whack at it, right? For us, everybody wants to make fun of the AL Central until we're fans of the teams in the AL Central because everybody kind of got a whack at it with the exception of like one. Now, I've long said it's a long season because one year I remember they made the postseason. This was like in the teens, and there were some people who were just like, meh. And I go, well, they made the postseason. It should be a celebrated thing once you make the postseason because it's such a long year. If they make the postseason, do I have to change that stance this year? Because and it's July, so things change. People go, you know what? Personally, this is why baseball's great. People can go personally in their lives like, yeah, I was in a bad place 2 years ago, but I'm doing better now. And we could see the Guardians. Man, we were in a bad place in July, but it's September and we're doing better now. So I say this knowing that things can change one way or the other, but they won the division 2 years ago. We went nuts. They won the division last year. We obviously went nuts. Do you go nuts if you win the division this year?
Nuts? No, it'll be all right, let's go. Let's think about playoffs here.
Is it? Does the banner somehow mean less to some people right now? I mean, we're just in a bad spot. Because I will defend it, but not all years are the same. Mm-hmm. And I just want to know, like, if we do end up winning the division, which I think some people are just like, I hate to borrow the Mora thing because I'll walk right out of the studio, but I think some people are going to the division. You're just trying to win today at 140.
Sure.
If we won the division, like I think I'll get excited, but I think that there might be, at this juncture, there might be a lot of pushback and me getting excited going, you're just giving them excuses again. That's all you're doing.
Well, you'd also, I mean, even if you weren't in this division, they'd be a wild card team right now, right? So they'd be in either way. I mean, there's been a huge difference, obviously, from baseball today than when we were young, where you legitimately had to have an excellent regular season to get into the playoffs. That's gone. That's gone. If you just play 500 baseball, I think you're going to the playoffs almost every year in Major League Baseball.
Well, close to it, yeah.
It's bad.
You might need to be 2 games over, whatever. I guess it'd be 4 games over. But
somebody just correct me. He threw 11 straight balls.
Oh, yeah.
Sabrowski.
Yeah.
I said 10.
Oh, that's worse then.
That's worse. He threw 16 pitches, 2 were strikes.
Well, his arm's still good then. He's still got some strikes left in it.
How many? Just because the car starts up don't mean it's going to stay started up.
Hey, sometimes the car just gets you where you need to go, and it's 140 start today.
That's a good point.
We got to get our asses to Miami still.
Got to get a beater going.
I mean, I thought Holderman probably could have gone longer.
Yeah.
Like, what was it, 8 pitches?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I guess we could bring him back out. This is tough. This is old Mother Hubbard stuff right here. This is really bad. Saccone, he didn't do what he needed to do, which, I mean, he's the back end of the rotation guy, so you get what you get.
So when you see them,
the vibes are bad, man.
Well,
the feelings are bad right now around them, and
I've tried to put a smiling face those vibes.
Yeah, go ahead. What? Francisco Lindor?
You change your mind on Francisco Lindor?
Okay, fine. What the heck? Well, that doesn't. Can he pitch in our bullpen later today? Can he be a relief pitcher for Gavin Williams?
I still think you'd feel a little better. Maybe you would need the bullpen.
Fine, whatever, you win. I don't care. I got to get this bullpen figured out.
Maybe
I mean, I do care, but good God. It's just the feelings are bad. People are down on him. Jose's not out there. Honestly, if Jose were playing, I think a lot of people just feel better. Jose's not out there. I saw Angel Martinez taking BP at the stadium. Yeah. He was looking fantastic. I'm feeling better about that. But
do you think the Cavs malaise is extending to the Guardians? We're just a malaise town for most of the year now. Is that what it is?
Come on. No, why are we doing this?
I mean, I got so annoyed.
Not you. I'm talking about everybody.
But I warned what did I warn everybody?
You said
during basketball season. What did I warn everybody?
I don't remember that.
If you were going to poo-poo the Cavs,
that's it.
Then we were going to continue right on to the Guardians.
I don't think we did that on the air, though. I wrote it down. I don't think we did that on the show because I remember I wrote it down and go, oh, that's juicy. He has that opinion? Okay, because you texted me that effect opinion because you were mad because people were ripping on the Cavs and they were in the middle of a good run with James Harden. Mm-hmm. And you're going, you know what? If you're going to say this about the Cavs, you better be saying it about the Guardians. I think some are saying it about the Guardians.
The Cavs way better than this Guardians team.
Well, because you got accused of making excuses for the Cavs the other day because...
Oh, I heard it yesterday. Afternoon show. They were hammering me at one point.
For what?
Hammering me.
Over Cavs?
The the wine and gold colored glasses, that I was way too positive, and they noted that my cynical nature was not being extended to the Cavs. They said it was a double standard.
Listen, I'll give them credit on baseball. They got to know what they're watching when it comes to the other sport. So when it comes to the Cavs, like, I think that you need to, like, I don't mind you doing it because there has to be a yin and a yang. Like, the Browns have been bad, and sometimes it's like, dude, there's nothing we can do. I can't put a smiling face on this. This is bad, and we just got to deal with this. None of this is good. So we can rub their noses in it as long as we want, but none of it's good. But when it comes to the Cavs, like, the team was in the Eastern Conference Finals. I cannot sit there and call them mediocre or bad or any of the other words that have been used to describe the Cavs over the last month and a half when they were still in the Eastern Conference Finals. They're not amazing. Mm-hmm. They're not
They lost
serious.
to the eventual champions.
They lost to the eventual champions. They're not serious title contenders, but that doesn't make them an unserious franchise. And I think the same thing has to be said about the Guardians. Like, yeah, man, it's a bad June and early July. This is not fun. And the games they're winning are by the skin of their teeth. On days that their bullpen does well, the hitting's terrible. On the day that the hitting's great, the bullpen is garbage. Like, things aren't mixing up. We don't have our leader in the lineup. Things are not very good. However, this is a team that was defending AL Central champions. This is a team that at one point we were really excited for, going, you know what, with all the things that are happening right now and some teams kind of biding their time, and we don't really know what's going on with all these teams, and nobody seems to be that great. I mean, the Yankees were kind of in a funk there there's so many things that are going on. Like, this was a team that we thought a month and a half ago could end up going to, like, the ALCS. And obviously that thought has went way over the bridge for a lot of folks. But I do think there has to be some sort of balance there with the other two teams in town when it comes to the Cavs and Guardians. The Browns, there's not much you can do in a whole lot of ways. Yeah. What's wrong? Uh-oh.
I don't think we've assigned enough blame to Travis Bazzana last night either.
Okay, go right on ahead. Blame him.
I mean,
he's a pro. I'll hear it.
They scored at a hit. I just went back and rewatched it.
I saw
it. Was bad.
There's no way that's not an error.
I agree with you.
2 outs. Should have got out of the game. Bring in Francisco Lindor. Put Rocchio at second.
Do you think
put Bazzana
right back
on the
to
corner
Lindor?
somewhere.
Are we looking at...
Let's go. Let's just do it.
Well, I
don't care if he was the first overall pick.
I do care that he was the first overall pick.
I do care that he was, but
Antonetti,
we need to put
off.
the Band-Aid on this thing now.
Well, see, this is my issue here.
Well, it's just an odd thing. You would think anybody who's a first overall pick, you just assume we don't ever talk defense of
especially a middle infielder. You'd think he'd be a lockdown.
Yeah.
If Jose is in this lineup, because I'm starting to get a weird feeling. Hold on, though. Hold on.
I'm just going to keep saying it.
I'm starting to get this weird feeling here that, like, the errors on the field are terrible. Like, we went back to Cooper Ingle. Cooper Ingle's a young baseball player.
He's a catcher playing outfield.
Again, he's a catcher playing outfield, and again, it was a stupid mistake. There's no doubt about it. And then somehow he wasn't able to squeeze his glove like 2 nights later. I'm going, oh, my God, I just got to stop watching baseball, apparently.
He uses a mitt.
Yes. So, good point.
That's right.
Maybe you should play outfield and a catcher's mitt. 2-1-6-4-6. Are we just kind of hoping we get to Monday in the All-Star break? Is that? Are we just like, when you go on vacation, for a lot of folks, like, we do pride ourselves on no foot out the door show. We're going to give it to you. And some way, somehow, it's going to happen. You're going to get a 4-hour show on a Friday before one of us go on vacation. Do you think, not a lot of people do that, do you think it's like, hey, long season, I'm not saying this about Ingle, I'm saying this about everybody else. And they're just like, man, just get me to Sunday night and we can take those 4 days, reset ourselves, and then we'll probably have Jose back soon after that. And let's get going, which is not the right way to look at things.
This is huge because Minnesota's trying to track you down. You know, you're in second place behind the White Sox, and then you've got the 3 games at Miami, and Miami's been good.
Yeah.
So what you absolutely cannot do.
Were they the best team in baseball in June?
Yeah, oh yeah. They were lights out.
Yes.
So what you can't do is let this thing get any worse. I mean, it's a 4-game losing streak. You cannot go into the break like
it's
losing
bad.
8 in a row or 7 of 8.
It's bad.
That would be abysmal.
216-474-0092. All right, we got people in. I'm going to ask you guys, what the hell is wrong with this right now? I mean, you can bring up front office if you want to. This is not a very good time for the Guardians. I don't want to freak out because it's baseball. It's a very long season, but man, you got to call it what it is. This is poop every single way you look at it. Coming up at 8:20, Mary Kay Cabot going to join us on the show. And years ago, LeBron told Jason that he spoils us. Are we underestimating another city? Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, take us with you to work on the free Odyssey app.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Now the Guardians lost to the Twins 6-5 last night. Matt Festa giving up a game-winning RBI.
against the law. A message from the Ohio Turnpike. Whether you're at the ballpark, on the golf course, or doing nothing at all, get the Cleveland sports news at 923thefan.com or use the Odyssey app.
You know, we can't turn every conversation into whether or not we should get Francisco Lindor back. We all understand that's not a realistic conversation, right? These are not real conversations.
You say we can't do it, and yet here I am.
That's another segment.
But these aren't. Stop it.
Call
That's
it a
not how
Lindor
you
segment.
do it. That's not how this goes. You can't just do that. You can't just say, well, we're going to say something to take up the segment. No, because then you just say anything and none of it matters. It does matter. It's supposed to matter. There's supposed to be substance here.
Every segment gets titled by our trusty producer, and by virtue of you mentioning Francisco Lindor at the start of the segment, I believe this is now a Francisco Lindor segment officially.
Oh, my God. Well, what's going to get more SEO? Austin Hedges or Francisco Lindor?
Hey, Hedgie, couple hits.
We should,
He's hitting 288.
And just in case for SEO purposes, it is July, Shedeur Sanders. I'm just going to say his name and, they'll come. That's the way that works.
I had to laugh. Because we've gone a few days without having a Shedeur discussion.
We haven't mentioned Shedeur at all in a week.
There is a video, and people brought this to my attention, and I'm glad they did. Got some sage words from one Jim Tressel. It looked like, was he at Byers Field? Could you tell where that was?
We're going to look at it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. Jim Tressel was
the senator.
And, of course, there was
actually, he's a lieutenant governor. But
there was a video shoot, as there is when Shedeur is working out, or any of our quarterbacks are working out these days.
Right.
There's a video shoot. And Jim Tressel, the national championship head coach of Ohio State, was there working. I don't know. I can't say working.
That's all you wanted to say to me right now?
Yeah. I thought you'd be excited.
Why?
It's one of the best coaches in college football history.
Well, his dad's his dad, and they know all the great coaches in football history, basically. Yep. So I'm just not surprised.
Does that give the edge now to Shedeur? Every day we have to assign
I think
was it a Watson day or a Shedeur day?
I think basic enjoyment of the season or what you would like it to be gives I think everything should give the edge to Shedeur. He's going up against Deshaun Watson. I mean, come on. If we're talking about edges and things like that, it should be Shedeur 10 out of 10.
Is Jim Tressel not one of the greatest coaches?
The best news
in football history.
Let's compare this for everybody here. If anybody in the terms of business is listening here, and I'm talking about over there getting ready for the season, the best news that Lima shared with me, we're in the doldrums of the football news cycle, even though there is a top 10 ranking we got to talk about later on. We're in the doldrums of the football news cycle. Everybody's taking vacation left and right. That's the way it goes in the NFL. That's the way it goes in football. Like all the high school football, college coaches that are in our phones are like, hey, I'm in Virginia Beach, I'm Ocean City, I'm in
You're
Bahamas.
So right about that. They're really are.
They're all gone. They're all on vacation. The one we know over in Pennsylvania, he's in somewhere like traveling, the Tahiti, whatever. There's two things here. One, the best news that you've given me over the last week about Shedeur Sanders is that he's working out in front of Jim Tressel.
Yes.
And taking coaching from Jim Tressel, who is a multiple-time national champion, not just with Ohio State, but with Youngstown State.
Legendary.
And is frankly one of the most well-liked figures in football or in society in the state of Ohio.
I would vote for him for politics even if he wasn't necessarily on my team.
That's the best news of the week about Shedeur. The best news of the week about the other guy is that somehow we get to save some money on the insurance that was taken out over the possibility of his injury.
Off-season win.
Do you see?
Off-season
which
win.
side is which?
Rack it
Do
up.
we not? Am I the only person who sees this? I can't be. Do we see which side is which, Cleveland?
Off-season.
Do you guys see it? Jim Tressel, Ohio State ties.
That's an off-season win.
Byers Field. I haven't seen the video. I'm assuming it's Byers. He said it's Byers. It's not.
What
Byers.
do you think it is?
Not Byers Field.
Baldwin Wallace?
You think that's
Baldwin
B-Dubs?
Walrus.
I mean, there is a Trestle Way at
Yes, there
Baldwin
is.
Wallace.
Yeah, it's true. It's a nice stadium. I got to go look at it. I mean, it's just that simple, guys. Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders.
Here we
That's it.
go again. It's the
It's off season, baby.
Call Mary Kay right now. They win the job? Is it over?
I mean, all
She's up
you.
at 8:20.
If you're watching on YouTube, I'll do something here for you. All you guys who seem to get into it every day with the Shador fans and seem to secretly want him gone so they don't have to deal with Shador fans anymore. I think we know who we're talking about here. Just remember, the best news of the week is all these nice things about Shador Sanders. I'm being facetious with you. All these nice things. Don't rescreen the calls. We'll get back to the Guardians, John, for the love of God. You like all these nice things about Shador, and then we have insurance. Because that's what people like to get into when it comes to Deshaun Watson. The insurance.
There was an update yesterday on that story.
On the insurance?
Yes.
Yeah, you showed it to me while we were golfing.
And I read the column that Mike Florio put out because Mike Florio typically researches everything to the nth degree. He's got his legal background as somebody who was a former working attorney. And so normally he pours over in a comprehensive way the nuts and bolts of the language of the contract. And he got his numbers, and apparently he went to publish a little too early.
Nah.
So he did a mea culpa. He went back, and I read
Brad Ward sent me a thing, goes, the math doesn't seem to add up here
and none
with
of
what
it made
he's saying.
sense. And I'm even more confused after reading.
Florio got a little too excited. So how much cap space do we got? Zero?
I don't know.
Okay.
That is the long and short of it.
So really, even when you can get excited about the insurance savings of Deshaun Watson's worst contract in NFL history, you're telling me it's not all the way true here? Florio had to...
It was so damn confusing because...
He's a lawyer. That's unacceptable for him. For me, that's just a Tuesday.
I think the average person already has difficulty understanding the mechanics of the NFL.
Good God.
CBA and whether the cap is real or not.
Because it's not. I told you that a million times. You see what they do to massage cap numbers and move them down the line, and none of it's real.
Is this not quintessential? The cap is fake, to your point?
Yes.
That you can buy...
I've been trying to tell you guys this for years.
That you can buy relief on injured players.
By the way, the truth is finally getting through here. Like you guys made me out to be, you included, by the way, you and several people in Cleveland media, made me out to be like the biggest conspiracy theorist. Art Bell, I used to be able to say the other guy. I don't know if I can say his name anymore. Like the biggest conspiracy theorist ever about Ken thinks the cap isn't real. And I go, no, it's not real. You stop laughing at me about the cap. It's not real. And now finally people are coming along and saying, well, you know what? Maybe Ken had a point all along for 15 years about the salary cap.
But then it was always funny because you had this group of Browns fans that were very vocal, always saying how the Browns had this huge advantage over the rest of the league because of the cap.
Yeah, because it made us feel better.
And I was like, okay,
because they were bad.
What is it getting us?
Because they were bad.
Where
and so
is that?
Cap space makes us feel better about it because we can go out and get players that are better than the players we currently have. Well, now you can't really do that as much, but again, it doesn't really matter. Because the salary cap is not a real thing. But it is much harder in the NBA now than it is the NFL.
I just love that all of a sudden that we don't even talk about insurance money. We talk about insurance tokens.
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yes, I did see that.
Like you cash them in.
I saw that, and
here's my token. Like I'm going to the carnival.
Like what am I? How am I supposed to
tokens for
tell everybody and get people excited about insurance tokens? Oh, I don't, because it doesn't matter.
Pretty soon it's going to be in crypto language.
So the Shador Sanders stories, I'm here for. Insurance conversations. I'm not an insurance adjuster. I don't even know the name of my insurance agent, to be honest with you. So I don't need to deal with that anymore. So I don't want to hear about it anymore. He's going to go out there. I'm sure he'll get reps with the ones, and they'll want to make him the starter at the beginning because he's the veteran. And if he did what he did over the spring and over the early summer, he'll come back to the mean because he still ain't that great. And all the best football he had was 6 years ago. And Shador Sanders will take over, and we'll see what that young man can do. And if he can't do anything, fine. See you at the draft in Green Bay or wherever the hell they're having it at this year. That's the way it's going to go.
Scheibe Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, with our social media update.
We already did the line today, but we might as well do it again.
Pencil it in again. Bob says if we're going to be discussing which quarterback has the edge each day, does that mean there will be a daily edging segment? And I nominate this as our daily edging segment. It's no longer a Lindor segment. It's our quarterback edging segment.
Well. Have we reached full morning zoo yet now?
And I think Shador's on top.
Well, we used to have a segment called Something Else that was inappropriately named.
Yes, it was. It was. I didn't even realize that for a while, and then I realized it was inappropriately named. Can I get back to the Guardians and something of substance in 5 minutes?
100%.
All that, and I woke up in the middle of the night, and I screamed, and I woke up my children. Why did it happen at around 12:30 last night? I'll tell you why. Coming up in 5 on The Fan. Window Nation at WindowNation.com.
the risks. Learn more at pausebeforeyouplay.org. Brought to you by the Cuyahoga County Problem Gambling Coalition and the Adams Board. In crisis now, dial 988.
Got to ask them what they realistically can do, the Guardians. However, I woke up last night. Lima and I went golfing yesterday.
What an extraordinary day for
Extend.
Ken Carman.
Jeff Miller.
If I'm Ken, I just want to get back on the course every day.
I know, man. I'm dying.
From here on out.
I actually started thinking about could I hit the driving range today.
You were rifling drives. And I mean,
Guys.
Kenny was hitting big daddy draws, and he's a lefty.
It was unbelievable.
It was
I was in a zone.
unfathomable.
It is Lynn's sanity. Except for Jeremy, it's not Jeremy Lin. It's a great big fat white guy.
It was
in Ohio, not New York City.
Who refuses to wear shorts.
I don't wear
degrees.
shorts, man. I try not to. I'm not a shorts guy, especially on the golf course. I'm not a big shorts guy. But I know people don't want to hear about that. But if I can just say, I'm not back because I never was there in the first place. If I could just get that mid-range game
this
down,
is by far the best.
I might be decent.
The best I've ever seen you.
It was amazing.
Clocking balls off the tee.
I haven't been that dialed in years. I mean years. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I still don't know.
I can tell. Even after the misses, the drives were enough to keep Ken coming back for years.
Easily.
That might have bought Ken another 5 years ago.
Might have did. It might have. Because now I'm going to, if I lose it again, which I will, I'm going to keep trying to search for it because I know it's back there now. Somewhere in there, in the bag, is what I need.
Ken's crushing tee shots. I'm just getting.
No, he's fine.
I'm just
fine.
downing transfusions and getting texts. What hole are you on? What hole are you on?
I told you, just keep telling her 16.
What hole are you on? Well, I know, I like that.
Just say 16.
I thought that was pretty good. This is, what hole are you on? And I'm thinking, when she's getting pedicures, what toe are you on? Which one? Which toe?
Now, that's a hell of an idea.
Which one are you on now?
That is
Are you coming home?
I mean, it's not good for your marriage,
but I was wondering, what could that possibly be?
It's hole 16, Sarah Ono.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. You know what it is? It's a big daddy draw from a lefty. That's what it is, Sarah Ono.
Yeah. You were Phil Mickelson out there.
Boom.
At one point, I thought you were going to pay some cart kid to run around with your your phone.
Here you go, son.
Location services. Here you go.
So, anywho, it wasn't just that though. So Lima and I were out in the sun all day. I'm burned, whatever. Went to bed last night, and about 3 hours, about 12:30 in the morning, I had a cramp go right through my inner thigh, and then behind the thigh to the stomach, and then when I went to get up out of bed, I woke up screaming. I was screaming, like somebody had just shot me. And then I had a cramp in my other calf, and I tried to get out, and I'm screaming. Liz gets jumps out of bed, flicks on the light. Eli, I scared the bejesus out of Eli. He thought something bad was happening. He came out crying.
Something bad
I felt
was
bad
happening.
about that. Well, this was really bad. And I had no way to stand that I could. It hurts here this morning. It hurts right through the inner thigh this morning. The groin. It hurts right through there. My stomach hurts. My other it's all sore.
He's like Donovan Mitchell at the end of a few playoff series.
And it's tightened up so bad, like it's giving me my back problem again. So I know the disc is affected. And it was one of the worst things ever. And Liz ran downstairs because this has happened before, like once or twice. It was never as bad as what it was last night. And Liz ran downstairs and got pickles and told me to eat these because she said that they do the same thing as mustard. Because she has, in the middle of the night, and this is as gross as it gets, gave me a spoonful of mustard to try to down.
I remember that from Mary Poppins.
And
I thought she was lathering his body with mustard.
I gagged as much as I possibly could to get it down when I did it. So she knows I don't like that. And even though I am just writhing in pain. Like this was what if Paul Pierce was really hurt and didn't have to go to Pooperstown. Thank you, Owen. That this would have been this real pain. And I need to know: do I do Pedialyte now before bed? What do I do before bed to stop this from even happening?
See, that was like the hangover cure back in the day.
You get the heat in there, you get the sun in there, you get the Big Daddy draws in there, and maybe a couple of drinks. And all of a sudden, I couldn't move. I couldn't move without pain. Is there? Does anybody else?
I had never heard the mustard thing, and I just Googled spoonful of mustard for leg cramps, and AI overview says, yeah, you can do that. But the last paragraph says, if you find yourself constantly battling leg cramps, you might want to consider proper hydration and gentle stretching. So maybe just go with that, Ken.
I stretched before bed last night because of the I have to stretch.
Probably the biggest deal.
I do the stretch and I do the back thing.
I don't think you can supplement
But
like
I
64 ounces of water for a little bit of mustard. And
But Owen, I told him
right.
every time we were drinking, I'm like, that's hydrating. Right there. There's water in there. I know there is.
That's what he was saying. I didn't believe him. And I got 2 big bottles of, I'll say the Fiji, no unpaid testimonial.
The deal is,
what?
you got to pre-hydrate. People don't do that. They go into it and they go, I'm starting to feel a little bit. Let me get the water flowing.
It was so bad.
That had to start yesterday. You're already behind the 8 ball here. So rub some mustard on it.
If anybody has any other things, because I can't do mustard. If it's just pickles, I'll just buy a jar full of pickles then, and I'll eat them before bed or something like that. Or I'll do Pedialyte before
Just
bed.
the thought of
and then you're gonna have
eating
pickles during.
Then he's got to brush his teeth again. As he's sitting there.
Well, you get the dill pickle toothpaste, and you're
gosh.
good. By Crest.
Are you going with stadium mustard, or does it matter?
I don't know if it matters. I'm too in pain to even recognize, except for the taste, and then I want to gag in the middle of the night. The other thing that makes you want to gag is the Guardians. What realistically can we do?
And you can't mention.
You can't mention. No. I mean, you can mention Lindor, but I'm just going to fart at it, and we got to know what we can realistically
Honestly,
do.
you
here.
know what's going to happen because you've seen them. You've seen both of them getting back to getting some baseball workouts in. It's getting healthy, and you also know that the front office is going to say, "Oh, it's like we made a trade for a Hall of Famer at the deadline."
Okay, that is realistic. I wanted realistic solutions to it. I honestly think maybe the most realistic solution is honestly probably just to get Jose back. Now, I think there's probably some guys that are down on the farm you could try to bring up, and I'm talking about like pitchers, relievers, but I'd have to go find that. Right off the top of my head, I don't know that, and I'm not going to pretend I do. So you're in a really tough spot. Again, and I'm not just talking about today, and I'm not just talking about before the All-Star break. I'm talking about like the rest of the season here. Because when Owen was the only guy in the city last year when they were 15 games back going, I'm telling you. And we kind of were like, yeah, we don't want to be disrespectful to Owen and dump on his thing here. Somebody's got to have some hope. Might as well have hope.
Oh, no, you guys were because you just blew it off.
Yeah, it was better than just saying you were stupid.
Now, I don't feel as good about this team as I felt about
And that's the point of it, is the guy who was telling us that he doesn't feel good about it. So what can I do to stave off him not feeling good about it? Because there's clearly some soothsaying going on in there. What can I do to stave this off? I don't have a lot of answers for it. Other than, Angel Martinez was doing BP yesterday, and we'll get Jose Ramirez back probably after the All-Star break. So what? I just got to get past another week? I hope the answer is that clear. I hope it's that clear. But my issue is, Tone, is like Eric Sombrowski's been good for you. I know Sean Armstrong is – I was doing some reading during a break. I know Sean Armstrong is apparently better in the second half than he is the first for his entire career.
Well, it's in his name.
That's fine.
It's in his name.
Didn't need that, but either way – we know that he's better in the second half than he is through the first half in his career. Like, I don't want to overreact to it. I know that there's swoons, but, man, they haven't really played great baseball in like 3 weeks, maybe even a month. And we're just kind of hoping that the White Sox are still bad, and we're kind of hoping that everybody else in the division is still bad.
Now
that doesn't give me a lot of confidence for anything.
Twins. Hot on your heels.
Because they're only one game under 500. We could have the same record by the end of the day, and then the Twins would have the tiebreaker because of the season series. Like, we are in a bind. We have to understand this right now. It's not raise the white flag, even though some people are saying, and we'll get to that coming up later on in the show. I'm not raising the white flag, and I know nobody in the studio is, because it's stupid. That's a stupid thought to me, and a stupid thought to all of us. But, damn, there's got to be something you can do, because I can't just sit there and roll Sobrowski out there. Something's clearly bothering this guy. Clearly, physically.
Yeah, got to play better defense, too.
That, too. And these are brain farts that just need to be fixed. But
you know who's pretty good at defense?
Well, you got
Carlos Baerga. Met him a few weeks ago.
Yeah, he's usually
wonderful person.
Out in center field at that Hall of Fame monument or whatever the monument area.
Yeah.
You met him?
Yeah.
How much did he charge?
Nice guy. It was free, you ass.
I thought he was doing an appearance.
When you have the access that Ken has, you get those perks like Baerga.
You are as psycho as it gets.
Out there in the standing rooms, we don't get that.
He might be walking out there at some point. Mary Kay Cabot at 8:20. Now that Miles is gone, who do the Browns put on the billboard? Jimmy Hart, the mouth of the South, at 9:20 today. Yeah, baby. The mouth of the South is joining us, Jimmy Hart, coming up at 9:20. Coming up in 5 minutes. Years ago, remember, Jason Lloyd told us this yesterday. Years ago, LeBron told Jason Lloyd that he, quote, spoils us. It made me think, are we underestimating another city that we share with him? Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, take us with you to work on that free Odyssey app. I want you, before you go to work, go online and check out Northeast Factory Direct.
Mercy Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Get the latest Cavs news. The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Several suggestions coming in. Several suggestions. Stephanie says to buy a gallon of pickle juice on Amazon, and that's easier than eating actual pickles. No, it is not. Just drinking the pickle juice is not easier than eating pickles. I will just eat pickles. I had a severe cramp overnight last night. Let me get one in here, and then we got to get the set sail with LeBron. Josh in North Olmsted. Yellow.
I have your solution. I've done the leg cramps in the middle of the night. You have to salt your water.
Salt the water? Why, my mom salted the beer. Does that count?
No.
All right.
So if you just drink water, you flush your electrolytes out. You have to put an eighth of a teaspoon of salt in your water bottle and throw it back in the morning, and it fixes everything.
Okay. Guys, I'm desperate. I'll try anything. Josh, thank you very much for the call and for listening. 216-474-0092. All right. Well, I'll get them on social media, by the way, because Owen did text to the group that I should drink a jug of relish like I'm Badlands Booker at 1 a.m.
You got to have the officiant there and everything. Have Liz.
A guy in a straw hat yelling at me.
Gotta count.
Yesterday we talked to Jason Lloyd. And Jason had shared a little tidbit of information back in the day that he had said that LeBron had told him years ago that, quote, he spoils us. LeBron said he spoils us. Do we have that clip, actually? Here's Jason.
LeBron spoiled everyone. When he would get mad at me, he would say that. I'd say, because I spoil you, that's why. And he said that in 2010, right before he left. I do think that there's some merit to that. We're coming off the 10-year celebration of the championship and all the feel-good stories of the parade and coming back from 3-1 and everything. And everybody saw all the pictures and all the videos of those guys hanging out together. And while at the same time, the Cavs were getting swept from the conference finals. Now, I look at that and say, hey, they made it to the conference finals. That's a step in the right direction. Other people look at that and say, but they got swept and they played like crap. So I think that they're sort of swimming up the current against the previous era. And because the previous era won a championship, that's what they are being measured against.
And I mean nothing to any of the guests in any of the shows here, but we're getting a lot of people who have the same things to say, that they don't know where he's going, and they're saying the same teams that possibly would be involved. But and guys, because I don't know what his decision is just yet, we have inklings and we have hope. And sometimes hope takes over inkling. So, yeah, at first, when this all started, I was like, man, I can't believe it. I really think he's going to go to Golden State. But no, you give me 2 weeks or a week to think about this, really. And, yeah, I'm starting to really think it's the Cleveland Cavaliers. And people in town talk, and because he's from here, a lot more people than usual in town would talk.
Oh, the chirping is
at
unbelievable
an all-time high.
Now.
We had people. I asked Lima as we were golfing yesterday, I go, how many times do you think that question has been asked on a golf course here the last 2 weeks of where LeBron's going? In Northeast Ohio, has to be a million. Has to be a million different times that question has been asked.
Yesterday,
the same time, all the time.
Yesterday, we make the turn, and they're just two guys at the bar. They had intel. There were two guys out there on their cart. They were asking us. It was a whole thing. And most of us have the same answer. Well, we feel he's going to come back, but we don't know. And that's in that even is with the insiders. By the way, Cavs Conversation is brought to you by the fine folks at Surfside Hard Iced Tea, who ask you to please enjoy that Surfside Hard Iced Tea responsibly. And I'm not calling any of them out. They're insiders, but when you have one guy who's making one decision, his own decision, and the people around him can be so outwardly quiet where they can do podcasts, television shows, interviews, but they can somehow keep his personal business on what he's going to do personal. It's very difficult to gauge that. So I started to put two and two together, right? Or even wondering here. Because there's a lot of time to sit here and think because LeBron hasn't made his decision yet. Spencer Davies was on Afternoon Drive, Hoops Hype, and Spencer, local guy, wonderful guy, he was talking about where the Cavs rank with and without LeBron, but he also had mentioned something about the Miami Heat and how they might be a real contender. And I kind of put it together and go, I know that we were sitting here talking about other cities yesterday.
if there's a team that I actually do take kind of seriously, I do think the Cavs are in the driver's seat, but I think that's fish in a barrel, right? I think the other team that I might take a little bit more seriously is Miami, because they were home for 4 years. I do think they treated him well down there for 4 years. Mickey Arison didn't make the deal with Mike Miller. I know that rubbed him the wrong way, but he seemed to like that area. And after being treated like a business partner for 8 years, I think he's looking for something of substance. I think he's looking for something like family. I think nostalgia plays into that a little bit, but you can't do all nostalgia, right? You got to have a good team. And Giannis Antetokounmpo is a good player. Now, I think that we do overall, especially if we added LeBron, because you got to think about your team if you add LeBron. I think if we added LeBron, we would be a better team than the Miami Heat. That's part of the selling point. But I think the serious team that I take... I think we're a better team than
the Miami Heat right now.
Well, regardless, I just, and that's fine, that's fair. I would probably agree with you, right? I think that the only other team that I take very seriously is Miami. History, weather. I don't know if he still has a home down there. I'm sure he could buy another one. I mean, good guy. He's got more money than God. That's the history with Pat Riley. There's a seriousness there. When I look at Cleveland is home. Northeast Ohio is home. And there's a lot of reasons why you would come back here. And I think that we are in the driver's seat here. But I keep going back to, man, the things that they've said about LeBron, the things that were printed out of Jeannie Buss's mouth about LeBron before he was even no longer a Laker. There is a seriousness to basketball that Pat Riley has, that Miami has, that I don't know if they have it with the Lakers. And I wonder if he misses that. Now, I think that we're definitely serious about trying to win here. I mean, it is life and death to all of us. But if you wanted an alternative, that is the most serious alternative I think I'd take. Minnesota's good. Golden State's fun. Philadelphia is going to be a good team. These are good teams. These are good options. But I think it comes down to really Cleveland and Miami, personally, to me.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, going to Miami, it makes them more formidable, but it's just tough when we talk about basketball fits, and everybody was hammering Cleveland. All these national people were hammering Cleveland as if it wasn't a good basketball fit when we just won 2 playoff series and had an obvious weakness at the position that he would fill. Mm-hmm. Like, we were starting Dean Wade, and I thought it made sense at times to start Dean Wade, but you looked at who we were going up against. We had the worst wing, small forward position in the entire NBA, and it was like by far of all the teams that were competing in the playoffs. And LeBron comes in and just solves that immediately. Meanwhile, the Miami Heat have been, partly because of the Giannis trade, but they've been so decimated, over time. We talk about teams with flaws. Like, Miami has obvious issues, putting together a complete basketball team, and they really don't have anything in the way of assets. So, I think today we're a better team than the Heat, and that's without LeBron.
No, you're right.
You put LeBron on this team, I think it just raises us to a big-time level.
But that's kind of where I go back to that whole... I mean, we had a knockdown drag-out yesterday, callers and everything, and I was glad that they started to agree with me over time. It's like, hey, man, you can't just sit there and take it for granted that he's going to come back. I understand that Bob Myers needs to make some weird public pitch on a podcast with Rich Paul. Philadelphia never seems like a destination for LeBron James. Wonderful sports town, doesn't seem like a destination. Same thing with Minnesota. Golden State, him and Steph are friends. Him and Draymond are friends. There's some things that match up there, obviously. But I don't think that we can just sit there and say, well, we're the best place for him and this is where it should go. Because I just get nervous about the history and knowing what happened in 2010. And for a lot of us, we just rested on the fact, or the thought, not the fact, obviously, on the thought that there's no way he's going to leave here. There's no way. Why would he not? Why would he leave here? Why would he do this publicly? How could he go on TV and say these things and then actually leave? And then he did it. And because that happened, and I know he's a much older man now, and there's plenty of experience, and he said it a million times over, he'd do it differently if he could. I can't let that just go. This is a man who I think feels a bit disrespected by his organization that he's leaving. I think he feels a lot disrespected by the organization he's leaving. And I think it's important to have that respect. And part of that respect is showing him what great basketball can be with him again. Not just, hey, we're memories. We treated your son great here. We treat your family great here. You're from here. I can't just do that. It has to be about substance, because I know it's going to be a weird year. If he only comes back for 1 year and this is a retirement thing, it's going to be a weird year because you're going to be trying to compete and also honoring a legacy. It's going to be odd.
Yeah, this isn't the last year of Kobe where they won like 17 games.
You have to try to thread that needle, though. And you have to present a plan on how you thread that needle. How do we work together? How do we go out there and win 50-plus games and position ourselves for the future in the postseason, I mean? How do we position ourselves for a great postseason run and also take care of everything else?
Yeah.
The documentary that's definitely going to happen. The every night, where are you going to be every night? How do we do the things in the middle of the game where you probably walk out there in the middle of the floor and get some gift from a team that you went to, especially when you go to Miami and Los Angeles? It's going to be an interesting reaction to see from the Laker fans, by the way.
How are they going to handle that in each city?
You have to be able to present that to him to show him how it is because it wouldn't be a disaster. He's a great player, but it could also, you don't want to have that feeling of, man, they really could have done this a lot better than what they did it if we're looking back on it in 2028.
Yeah, and think about every game. It's going to be whether or not he's playing and getting all the kudos in every city and knowing that people bought those tickets. That could be the last time they ever see him. Meanwhile, in Cleveland, we're going to be like, get to the finish line healthy.
Yes.
That's the only thing I don't care if we win 48 games, 52 games, 55 games.
Yeah.
Do not care.
Because we're going to have that
Stagger
discussion.
these lineups and make sure to get to the finish line.
100%, because you just gave me another thought that I had, and I remember getting into it. Dan Dockich, of all people, years ago. You may not. I want to refresh your memory if we're talking nostalgia, where I got into it about one big piece to all this. If LeBron does come back, Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, Mary Kay Cabot at 8:20 in. Yeah, the Guardians could fall to 500 today, and some are saying it's time. Not this room. Some are saying it might be time to raise a white flag. It's coming up on the Fan.
Summer.
92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Do you take Miami as a serious threat?
I do.
You do? Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to go no, and I go, okay, fine. What the hell?
In terms of getting LeBron,
I just don't want to I don't want to start talking tough and then people get their hopes up because I don't know what the guy's going to do.
But here is the problem.
I don't know what he's going to do.
Absolutely.
I do take Miami serious as a threat.
This came to fruition, and I knew it would. I was trying to put, guard against it because I didn't want this to happen. But I've gotten my hopes up. I've officially gotten my hopes up about LeBron. It's officially happened. I was doing everything I could.
That's interesting.
To make sure to prevent this because I didn't want disappointment.
I wonder if that's actually a question to ask. Have you got your hopes up about LeBron? I think a lot of people have. It's taken a week.
I have. And, as we've gotten further away from the embarrassment that was the Eastern Conference Finals, where, you're sitting there kind of in a hopeless spot, like, well, they can't do anything to really make the team better given the cap situation. Now I'm like, no, adding LeBron is a big deal. Probably, a Jared Allen trade is around the corner, which I don't want to lose Jared Allen, but I think they can lose him and also make them a different type of a team. Better is hard because, what is it, Matt Moore, who's on social media, talks babasketball and does podcasts.
Paroxysm, yeah.
Yes, does a great job. And he articulated in a way, when I was listening to him the other day, he articulated in a way that I was finding it hard to put out there, which is all these teams maybe haven't gotten better. They're just different, and the different is the world you have to live in right now with basketball.
Ooh.
So the Cavs will be different next year, and we will go to war with different. It might not on paper be
well. That's interesting.
I love
much better. I wish we would have thought of that earlier. I think that's a great point because it's like, well, I heard Spencer Davies last night, and he's talking about. Actually, I heard him again this morning too on the warm-up show. And he's saying about how the East is loaded now. And I thought, well, I think, the Knicks won the title, so the Knicks are the best team in the NBA. Boston's not as good as they were.
No, they are not.
Philadelphia is better, though. Milwaukee's obviously not as good as they were.
They're done.
Miami's a little better, though. So is it loaded or are they just
monsters.
different good teams?
Like on paper, I know everyone's now going to say the Knicks are a monster, but nobody thought that. Nobody thought that until they did what they did in the playoffs. And
I was texting Termini terrible things because I was calling him a hack while he was talking about the playoffs because they were making the biggest deal about the Knicks. I go, guys, this is the Knicks.
Do you really mean anybody that has changed their point of view on the Knicks dramatically? Do you really think the Knicks are like unbeatable next year? Like, I could see them losing early on in the playoffs.
Yeah, respect for their great run that they made this year because it was a great postseason run.
And as we know, every team, this is very fickle. Like, Oklahoma City, if their second best player isn't injured, are they raising the banner right now? And then this Knicks thing is not being talked about in any way, shape, or form. I mean, hey, that's history. That's how it went down. Congratulations to the Knicks. It's one of the all-time great runs. But I'm not going to now call them unbeatable like they're a juggernaut. Like, I could see them losing in the playoffs. Like, obviously, the last time they played us, they humiliated us. But a year from now, things are totally different.
Yeah.
And can be totally different.
You still have Indiana laying in the weeds there.
Mm-hmm. No one knows what to make of Indiana.
I just wondered so much because I don't want to take anything for granted on it. And I don't want to make the same mistakes that we had made in 2010. Like 2014, we were on high alert. Like 2014, you had to we felt we were competing with Miami to either retain, they were trying to retain him, we were trying to bring him home. There was nothing there that made us feel strong. I mean, there was definitely people who had intuition, and you had Josh Teplitz and all those guys. Like, that was fun. That was a blast. But the general 99% of the public didn't know. I think people feel really confident about this. I'm not trying to ruin anybody's day, but it's got to be more than just, hey, great memories, and this is where it ends. Can't be like that. Charles Barkley, he was on NBC Sports last night. Charles Barkley was on NBC Sports Philly last night, and this is where he said LeBron should finish his career.
he should go back to Cleveland and finish his career there. If he goes to Philly, people are going to say he's ring chasing to catch Michael. If he goes to Golden State, they're going to say he's ring chasing. He don't have no affiliation to Philadelphia or Golden State. What he does have is his hometown team. If he goes to the Cavaliers, which is what I think the rightful thing, because that's his home, they're probably going to be favored to win the East. They got a good team. They're lacking leadership, and LeBron's a great leader. To me, it'll be a fitting way for him to finish his career.
I think John asked us a question, and I think that this would be perfect for Evan Mobley. I think you could get, if he stays here a year or two. Now I'm greedy. I want another year. I want 2 years out of LeBron. I know that would put him at 43. I want 1 year to really go for it, another year to kind of go for it, but also to do the retirement tour and all that stuff. I don't think it's happening. I think that this year is going to be the last year. All this stuff about documentaries and stuff. I know that Michael Jordan's whole career was documented in The Last Dance, technically, but I think that this is probably going to be the last year. So what can he do for Evan Mobley in a near calendar year? Well, he can do a lot of things. Because Donovan's done a great job. Donovan's done as best he can. Evan Mobley can be a great, great player. Now, I've had to pull back my expectations for Evan Mobley. I think we all have. LeBron's a guy who has made guys so much better. Now, there's a difference between making them money. Like Matt Dellavedova was a fine player. Matt Dellavedova looked better than what he really is, got Matt Dellavedova paid. There's been other instances where he's got guys paid when they really just weren't as good as what they were playing with LeBron. Evan could end up being one of those guys. That is one of the downfalls of this. Or you could get as close as you can to getting everything we've talked about with Evan Mobley over the last 5 years. I think LeBron James can help that. If there's anybody on this team I think benefits as a pro, as a player, of taking the pressure off of him, but also asking more of him personally, taking the pressure off the media a little bit, I think it's LeBron James with Evan Mobley. I think Evan's the guy who benefits.
Well, I first of all, I think everybody, the one thing we never talk about enough, and we probably took for granted, was how everybody benefits from seeing how LeBron James approaches work every day, how he commits to full recovery, to doing all the right things, putting the right fuel.
He doesn't get cramps in the middle of the night.
No. Well, he's got all that mustard just in case in the pickles.
It's true.
But how he truly, like, we laughed at the time because we're like, exaggeration. He spends $1 million a year on his body. This seems like a marketing campaign. Even if it was, no matter what you want to assign a value to it, clearly he does it better than almost anybody in professional sports.
Yes.
Like, who takes care of his body? And
41 years old playing like that.
And leads to that durability over 23 years in the NBA. The guy, remember we always said, what is the AAU workload going to do to this generation of player? And then you look at LeBron James, who's played more playoff minutes than anybody, more regular season minutes than anybody, and is playing at one of the highest levels anybody his age has ever played at, if not the highest. Like, it is insane. You don't think that rubs off on an entire organization?
I think it does.
Like, think about how we've had Donovan Mitchell limping to the finish every year. And part of it is he's had to put the whole team on his shoulders. But think of how we've had so many guys like this. The entire James Harden experience at the end of the regular season, do people not remember? Everybody was banged up. And it seems like it's that every year with this team. Now you go from having the fragility of guys like Darius Garland. Okay, now you add in somebody as durable as LeBron James. Like, I do think it is a huge bonus to guys like maybe Jalen Tyson and the younger guys that are in that
Jalen Tyson's another great thought, too. Like, I think you could take your pick on guys who benefit the most out of LeBron coming back here. I just happen to feel it's Evan because I'm trying to think about the future as well, even though there really is no tomorrow. But if I want to have both sides of this, I think Evan's a great guy who could benefit from it. Show him how to be a better pro. Not that Evan's irresponsible or immature or anything like that, but I think that we know that there's another step, another gear that Evan can take, and he hasn't reached it yet. And I think part of that has been how they've brought him up. I think part of that has been their plans for him. You've been through a couple of head coaches with Evan Mobley. They've asked him to do different things at different times, work on different things at different times. They've taken the regular season and basically made it in a long preseason for Evan at times. And I don't know if that's always the best way to do it, because if you're consistently saying you'll grow tomorrow and you're saying that tomorrow and the day after, you just stop growing and you just think you're going to grow tomorrow. Donovan, it helps because Donovan's legacy. And even though, if they were to go and win a championship, Donovan would be a big part of it. Some people would say that he would be the passenger of it because it's LeBron, because everything that he has with the history. I think maybe that would be an arguable point, but I can't see that far into the future. James Harden, I think he's only helped if they win a championship. That's it. They get the monkey off their back, and then that's it. That's the only way I think James Harden has helped. It's a tall order to win a championship, but if he's coming back here, it's not just to retire. It's a chance to win a championship. I think Evan's the key.
Yeah, it's also funny to hear that Charles Barkley say, Cavs, they're probably the favorites if they get LeBron. Like all these people dogging the basketball fit, and then somebody like Charles Barkley, who has been considered a LeBron hater, during huge stretches of his analysis and during that career, is like, Cavs will be the favorites. Now, I do not think the Cavs really are the favorites, nor do I think Vegas would install them as
Do you think they'd be the favorites in the East?
But no, I do not think they would be.
The Knicks before them?
But I still think like anybody who's sleeping on the Cavs, just because the last time you saw them, they got embarrassed it was bad. It was humiliating. But I think you have to come to terms with like the Cavs are going to be a big-time entity that will absolutely factor into who comes out of the East.
Who's better than the Cavs in the East, though? I would only put the Knicks right now. If LeBron made his decision this morning, said I'm going back to Cleveland, who would be better?
If you told me Kawhi Leonard's actually healthy by the end of the year, I'd say, oh boy, like that could be.
That's a good team.
And Philadelphia, if you told me Joel Embiid's actually healthy.
I put a question mark next to them because I have to always throw that about Joel Embiid.
Both of those, it's almost laughable to even consider that those teams will have their ducks in a row come playoff time.
So you end up being the second-best team in the East.
I think we are right there.
So going into the season, I think you're felt as the second-best team in the East. And then going into the regular season altogether, you're probably the third or fourth or maybe fifth, 3 to 5, somewhere the best in the entire NBA. The Knicks are going to get it because they're the defending champs. That's one. Oklahoma City, San Antonio, obviously 2-3. I think that you're probably better than Philly, as you said, because you're not going to take Joel Embiid seriously to stay healthy. I think Kawhi's the same thing. Miami's there. Indiana's a sleeper, but no one's going to put them to begin the season. I think it's you and the Knicks that are there. If you don't get LeBron James some way, somehow, one, it's going to feel terrible because it's going to feel, I think to a lot of people, it's going to feel like you fumbled this opportunity.
Yeah,
and I think a lot of us are going to be looking for answers. The second part of it is that you got to run back the same team. And I've tried to prepare everybody for the possibility of running back the same team. Nobody wants to run back the same squad. No one wants to do it. I mean, to the point where you bring up that they were in the Eastern Conference Finals and everybody calls you a homer.
Yeah, I know. I'm not allowed to bring that up, apparently.
There's malaise around this team, and then a deal has to be done. If it doesn't happen, I think there's going to be some sickness that's going in there. Because I think some people are coming around like you are that they think it's going to be a done deal.
Two things I'm not allowed to mention, apparently on Cleveland Sports Talk Radio, people get mad, is that Shedeur Sanders was a 5th-round pick and that the Cavs were one of the final 4 teams playing last year.
Well, those are just facts, though.
I can't talk about those things anymore.
Well, it's what you say after him that matters. Shedeur, you start with 5th-round pick, and then you do like a big, weird compliment sandwich. Mm-hmm. And that's what upsets his fan base. With the Cavs, I just think they want you to hammer him, and you don't. You've hammered the Cavs before, but you haven't really hammered them recently, and I think people want you to really give it to them.
I think the perspective has to be there. Like, if you're going to hammer the Cavs,
I think that's fair.
Then you got to tell me what you will say about all the other teams that were eliminated before the Cavs. That's all. You got to be fair. I know people say, I don't care about all the other teams. Well, then you're not looking at the sport fairly. Like, we don't look at the NFL like that. We don't do that in the NFL, where if the Browns got to the AFC Championship game, we're like, you can't mention if they got to the Final Four because they didn't get to the Super Bowl. Okay, but it's a little weird.
See, I disagree with you. I've told you that before. If Baker Mayfield were still here, they never made that trade that they had made for Deshaun Watson. I think that if they had Baker Mayfield, do you think we'd be in a Super Bowl by now?
No.
Okay, so I think we'd be having the same conversation about the Browns that they do in Buffalo about Josh Allen. Who's a more talented quarterback? I think we'd be having the same conversation. I think the same malaise. I mean,
there is no malaise
talked about it
in Buffalo, though. There's no malaise.
It's not a malaise, but it's also like what are you doing? Because remember, there's history there. They went 4 straight times, so they're not guaranteeing anything. I think that the more times you're at a high level and you don't get over that hump, the more people are going to be critical of you.
It just goes back to exactly what Jason Lloyd said and what you've said about how LeBron has spoiled. Like, getting to the finals 4 straight years. That's all-time spoiling of a fan base. It's never going to happen again.
But it spoiled us now, not then.
It's just
because we're still comparing then.
Like to get that far is not supposed to be some easy romp. I've never heard a team that got as far as the Cavs, everybody talk about their record in the playoffs. Well, they actually lost more games than they won. Yeah, they won more series than they lost. They won 2 series. They lost 1 series. That's hard to do, and there are a whole bunch of teams in the NBA every year who would die to be the Cleveland Cavs.
There is a malaise around the Cavs, whether we want to admit it or not, and apparently there's a malaise around another team. That coming up at 8:01 on the Fan. In 5 minutes, what happened to the sport Tone loved? It's about last night at 7:43. Friends, Ken Carman here for K&K Heating and Cooling. Feel the difference.
miss it. I was just trying to get a sweet haircut.
How it is when you win in Cleveland, man. They love you. When you lose, whew, it's the way it should be.
He's a piece of crap. The kid, he sucks. He's sucked his whole career.
I got rumors about him, how he couldn't please his wife, and so now he's divorced.
That sounds really good, but I'm not 6'5", and I don't have the athletic ability to play in the NBA.
Now, the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima give their thoughts on what you might have missed about last night.
The Minnesota Twins walked off the Guardians last night in a 6-5 defeat. Cleveland falls to just one game above 500. Still just a game back of the White Sox, though, for first place in the Central. They've lost 4 in a row. But it was the pitching last night that did the team dirty instead of the offense. Brian Rocchio and Rhys Hoskins went back-to-back with home runs, but Slade Ciccone couldn't get out of the 4th inning. The staff walked 8 batters, including 5 in the 7th, which included 2 bases-loaded walks in the same frame. And Travis Bazzana's infield struggles have continued. But I think you can honestly say, like, this team played so poorly last night, yet they still probably should have won, even despite all of those mistakes.
Yeah, they should have. This has been a real bad run. Guys aren't paying attention. I frankly wonder if they're just trying to get to the All-Star break and regroup, which, by the way, is not very good for the rest of them because somebody else has got to step up here. Austin Hedges is a good clubhouse guy, but he can't be the leader of the team. And if we're just waiting around for Jose to come back, okay, but eventually somebody else has to share that responsibility. And I know that they're young men. They're very inexperienced young professional baseball players. But somebody's going to have to step in there and grab that mantle here eventually.
How about they are dead last in the big leagues in slugging percentage? They're second to last in OPS. They're officially a bottom basement team at the plate again.
Rachel Phelps would be happy about that.
Which is just obviously a big asterisk is no Jose Ramirez. Not that Jose was hitting all that well when he was here, but they need this break to figure out what they are going to do because that's a lineup that's dead on arrival come postseason.
It just comes to a point where I feel like even if the other team scores 2 runs early, if it's 2-0 early on, this team has no chance of coming back. What's happened? What has happened to baseball right now? Jared Jones of the Pirates was taken out after 6 perfect innings, and he only threw 77 pitches. Here is a crazy stat. From 1901 to 2015, taking a starter out after 6 perfect innings never, ever happened. That's a period of 100.
What are those years again?
1901 to 2015. From 2016 to 2025, it happened 3 times. In the last week, it's happened twice.
Yeah, it's happened twice. This is so non-fan friendly. And ask those pitchers. Those pitchers don't want to get taken out.
He had to be told. He had no idea.
Yeah, they had to be. Wait, he had no idea what?
He had no idea that he was coming out. He was
he
going
had no
back.
idea he was pitching. Now, here's the thing. This needs to be in the next CBA. They need to make this illegal to pull somebody. What do you mean? Just put it in the CBA. Say it's absolutely illegal.
No, that's not how that
you
works.
can't do that.
You can't just say put it in the CBA.
Make it a rule, and then it's a rule.
Why can't you?
You know what? If you can get that done, you should not be doing sports talk radio. You should go be in Congress, actually. Because just do it.
I agree with you, but that's a crazy thing to put in the CBA.
This move is bad for the growth of baseball. All
terrible.
the inroads that baseball has made the last few years with the pitch clock, they have been more progressive on a lot of the gatekeeping things that really held baseball back. This is the next iteration. You cannot pull dudes
the only
because
people,
of this.
I don't know. The only people who seem to like this are general managers, and that's it. I can't imagine anybody else. I can't imagine anybody else who likes this.
And back in the day, managers absolutely, they would never even think of this, and they would never be overruled. And now even the Terry Franconas of the world are like, well, that's what they want. That's what my bosses want.
Oh, my God. I wouldn't be able to do it.
The fact that the old school managers are being bullied by the dweebs in the front office.
What are they going to do to Terry Francona? Terry Francona could get on the mic, Sam White style, and go, he's out here. You can fire my ass if you don't like it, and people are going to let him do it. They can't fire him.
Well, on the other side of the coin, Dylan Cease of the Blue Jays yesterday was taken out in the 9th after giving up a hit. He had 8 no-hit innings.
And that's okay.
118 pitches he left him in.
If you give, and that's a
amazing.
veteran.
That's
a
great.
veteran. Does he still have the mustache? I haven't seen him lately.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, man, it's got a great mustache. But that's a veteran. Okay, fine. But if you give up a hit, take him out. That's fine. But if you got perfect games and no hitters going, They got to be left in to try to finish it.
And how
man.
about this? In baseball, if the whole point of this, right, is to preserve arms, even though we're resigned to the fact that everybody's going to have Tommy John surgery, and the earlier, the better. If you haven't had your Tommy John surgery yet, it should be an absolute rule you have to keep pitching. Because they want him to get Tommy John eventually anyway, apparently.
I understand pitch count. I understand that these guys are throwing harder than they ever have. I know that we make references to the 20s and 30s, and Bob Feller threw obviously some gas, but and they would go for a long time. I know they're throwing harder and for shorter amounts of time, and they don't want to have these guys injured. But if you're a manager or really you're a baseball fan, I wouldn't want to see something like that. It would make me sick to my stomach if they pulled anybody if they had a perfect game. If they would have pulled Parker Messick, because he's got a lot of pitches. So nobody wants to see that at all. That's part of the game. The game isn't entertainment.
And I think some pitchers would actually risk tearing their UCL to go out there and throw a perfect game.
Well, now that's a hell of a discussion because, I mean, you can get a perfect game and you could also get a $300 million contract.
Guys, real quick before we do this, if you could trade places with anyone in the world, who would it be? It goes somewhere. Trust me.
I never thought about that.
You never did?
No.
Who I would trade? Wait, say this again.
Anybody in the world, if you could trade places with them, who would it be?
I don't think I'd trade places with anybody else.
Oh, there are literally hundreds of thousands of people I would trade with.
It's very healthy, Ken. It's very
Now, I know
healthy.
my kids won't want to hear that, nor my wife.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But
what are you going to do?
So let's be reasonable here.
Who would you trade places with then?
I
wish you would have prepared me for that question. This is deep.
Okay, why are you asking?
The correct answer is Justin Verlander. Justin Verlander, first ballot Hall of Famer. He is married to Kate Upton. He has a child with her. 3-time Cy Young Award winner, 1-time MVP, 2-time World Series champ. He is retiring. He announced it yesterday. And who's who I would switch places with. He's only made one start this season, but he was named as a legend to the All-Star game. He'll finish his career with 9 All-Star appearances. Like, this guy, he's an elite pitcher, one of the legends of the game, and he is like one of the last true guys that you cannot take out of a game like that. You're talking about not getting taken out of perfect games. Your people are afraid of Justin Verlander, and I think that's why pitchers are getting taken out of games, because they're not scary anymore.
Some Verlander's career earnings. Justin Verlander probably wouldn't be it. Maybe a week ago I would have said Graham Plattner. But that's not happening anymore. Give me some time to think about who I would trade places with here.
Tomorrow at 9:45.
I got to have a name?
Is for that.
Okay, perfect. Anything else, Young John?
How did you find a way to finagle that in there? I can't believe that. How would you explain those tattoos?
Listen.
Would you get tattoos that you don't know what they really mean? Is that what you would do?
Who's to say, listen, those years were a haze for me. I don't remember what city I was in. Nonetheless,
absolutely disgusting.
What tattoo? And it's an artistic expression. Come on, Kenny.
Lord.
That's it for about last night.
You knew it. You knew you'd push that button, and you knew I'd get going. I don't think I'd trade places with anybody.
That's so healthy, though. It's very, yeah.
Verlander made $411 million.
That's a lot of money, but I'm sure he's got problems in his personal life that I don't want to know about.
Right there. That's real basketball money.
That's old NBA money.
Do you want to trade places?
That's just a 4-year contract.
Yeah, that's a mid-level.
Do you want to answer that question, Owen? Do you want to trade places with anybody?
Badlands Booker, man.
The great Muta. That's not like
Jimmy Hart.
Jimmy Hart, who joins us coming up at 9:20.
Perfect.
He will be joining us in studio, the mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart. He will be joining us. Did you give a name? Is it Justin Verlander for you?
Yeah,
you would trade?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yes.
It's such an odd pull.
So you would?
He's married to Kate Upton. Absolutely.
Really?
Yes. Really? What is this?
Pull up some Kate
Upton.
Upton.
Would you still have Hinge friends that you fly to Miami for, though?
Yeah. I want to know that. That's odd. Does your girlfriend know that?
I'm sure she does.
Apparently, his girlfriend knows about every other female that he'd like to hang out with.
Just down with it. It's amazing. Well, you know what? Who am I to say anything to you? If you got it like that, you got it like that. That's fine. You guys have some sort of an arrangement over there. Congratulations, John.
I have people hearing this be like, I want to trade places with John.
How old is Kate? Yeah, it's true. I bet there's a lot of people.
Kate Upton is at least 10 years younger than Justin Verlander.
I mean, you think about him. John's the heir to a tree farm. He's got a girlfriend who's just completely cool with him vacationing with other girls. He apparently was pretty good at baseball. He played in New Jersey, which is a big deal to everybody. I mean, John, how many people want to trade places with John? You hear us talk trash to you every day, but other than that, I mean, that doesn't matter.
Once John finally gets past that probationary period, then it's a whole other ballgame.
Yeah. You should be saying Justin Verlander wants to be like you. No. What responsibilities do you have?
I'll never make $30 million a year. That'll never happen.
Now, don't sell yourself short. You have no idea what you'll invent someday. 8:20, Mary Kay Cabot. She's going to join us on the show. Coming up in 5 minutes, I can't believe I'm saying this. There are people who want to raise the white flag. And I'm not talking about the Cavs malaise either. There's another malaise going on in this town. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, John, who's just as sexy as it gets, apparently, on the Fan. Northeast.
Training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with the Fan all summer long.
Mary Kay Cabot, 8:20. I'm still talking like this because we're having an argument during the break. Hi, everybody. Good to see you.
Gavin,
on
you
YouTube
do what
Live.
you want to do.
Say what?
Gavin can do what he wants to do.
Gavin damn sure can do what he wants to do. I kept my opinion to myself now, didn't I? And you know what? I'm not even going to share it. You can use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Because I went on a small diatribe a day ago that there was a certain time of year that I used to have to go to baseball practice, and I had to do it for 2 times in the winter, and it made me hate baseball. And the young man said he was thinking about it. I told him, and I kept my mouth shut because not everybody's me, and I'm not going to put that in that young man's head because I love that young man. I ain't going to do it.
What was the part that you hated?
All of it. Take your pick. See, now you're doing it. If anybody's listening, he drives around with his dad. If he's listening, I don't want him to hear this.
See, the part...
I don't want to dissuade him from anything he might do.
Now, listen,
we're getting to the Guardians here in a second.
Every sport has their
What position does he play?
He actually is a hell of a second baseman.
Well,
he's really good.
If he's good defensively, let's get him up.
He's really good. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Every sport has their pluses and minuses about when your kids get into it, about the expenses, the travel, all that stuff, the parents, right? When I am running around Bay Village and I see these baseball games and it's 90 degrees outside and I look at the parents who there's just no reprieve from the heat. They're just standing out there or sitting in a lawn chair in the middle and they're just getting pelted with, the sun's blaze. And I look at how long these games go and I go, yeah, I wouldn't be that bothered if Mason doesn't really get into baseball.
Well, you want him to try it?
Yeah, I mean, you want him to try everything.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. But it's like, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if...
No, it's not.
There are other sports where I think the days would go by a little faster.
The worst thing in the world is when you're in the Mexican standoff with the other coach with the weather coming in and whether or not you're going to play.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. Because depending on who's taking care of your ball fields, there's like a city park situation there and all that stuff. And it can be a little bit rough. They start to text and then they put the pressure on. Well, I don't know if we can make it up on Friday, guys. I mean, he's been through that a million times over there.
Oh, no, I don't have those problems anymore. Well-oiled machine where we are.
Fair.
We don't
It's
have
true.
that.
Yeah.
We don't have that stuff. There were those type of teams in 9U and 10U, and they're just not in the league anymore. See you later.
That makes it easy.
Sensational. So they're still getting in about the cramps, by the way.
I got an entire email.
Saul Badman says, banana before bed will give you Kevin Finnerty dreams. I have a couple Kevin Finnerty dreams. That was a fun era of Sopranos. Go ahead. What do you got?
Diane says, tell Ken. I mean, she's from Alaska. She's emailing from Alaska.
That's got to be the best advice ever. I mean, it's the Great White North up there.
Says, contrast the baths to help with his cramping, alternating hot and cold.
Hot and cold what again? Baths. Oh, I'm not Lyndon Johnson. I'm not taking a 50-degree shower.
When's the last bath?
I haven't taken a bath in 30 years, I think.
Owen, last bath.
Mine's been more recent, but it's been at least 15.
My dad likes a bath. I'm like, you're weird, man.
A good bath?
Yeah, man. That's weird.
And it was only ever when I was like sick. Where you're just like, I can't fit it.
He's like, you like hot tubs? I'm like, so? That's not the same thing.
Not the same.
That's superheated water. And I'm not like getting out the shampoo and all that stuff. Like, we're not doing that. There are people who believe, according to you guys, according to some things I heard on the air yesterday, there are some folks, speaking of baseball, who feel that the Guardians feel the same way you do. That they drive by the ballpark when it's 95 degrees outside and go, man, maybe I wouldn't want to be doing some baseball right now. And they're feeling that possibly that we should be sellers coming up this trade deadline. And in that turn, you're raising the white flag. That's why I've used that term here to tease coming up at 8 o'clock. We are at 8 o'clock. I think that's insane, guys. First off, this is a bad spell. This ain't going well. Can't take that away. The pitching is horrific. The bullpen's horrific. I hope it's gotten to the point where I hope Sobrowski is hurt and pitching through an injury, because that explains 11 straight balls yesterday, which I thought it was 10. I was actually corrected. I was one short. I credit him with one. It's almost like Freddie Kitchens in the opener against Tennessee in the Flags.
It's a Sobrowski's dozen.
It's a
That's what they call it.
It's very difficult. And there's some bad things going on. It's still in the terms of a season, we can make this a blip on the radar. We can salvage this series today, even though Gavin Williams probably has to go all 9 strong because there's nobody in the bullpen left. And we'll see what we do in Miami, even though they're a much better team than where they were. They're 51-42 now. They won 2-0 last night. Anthony, let me ask you this. The second thing, who the hell would we sell off?
Yeah, it was a great point, because I brought this to your attention the other day when I was looking online.
You brought it up yesterday. I'm going, who do we give up?
There's just this flurry of negativity surrounding the baseball team with like diehard fans. These aren't the fans that just kind of parachute in once the playoffs start. These are the diehard fans. Yeah. So I guess the more you watch your team, the more it does run the risk that you could start to hate watch certain things, certain elements of the team, especially when, mired in a 4-game losing streak, missing 2 of their better players, and certainly without Jose Ramirez, they have been one of the worst batting teams in baseball. So you start to see that negativity, and then you're like, yeah, but we don't have, like in years past, it was, Class A. What could we get for him? All right, that's gone.
Yeah,
what do you have that other teams would even want?
You can get 5 to 10 now for Emmanuel Clase. Who do I give up? What, Owen? That was a good joke, and
I was going to say 2 packs and a soup.
Oh, come on.
Get the soups. Let's see what's on the books. Yeah, he'll have his day in court. We'll see. Who do I give up? Jose Ramirez is not in the conversation. That's a non-issue, non-starter. Stephen Kwan, what am I going to get back for Stephen Kwan? Who am I trading with one of the young guys? Honestly, who are we comfortable with trading?
Right. There really isn't. Everybody is, cost controlled. And
I think, unless some people, and I'm not saying anybody's stupid, let me hear a differing opinion on this. Who can I give up? Because as I see this right now, this is either who you are or you can add to it. You can't subtract from it. All your young guys are your young guys you want to be a part of the future. I'm not trading away Bazana. I'm not trading away Cooper Ingle. I'm not trading away, not Rocchio now. Not trading away any of these guys. I know Rocchio's not one of the young guys. You get what I'm saying? Like when you bring back Angel Martinez, I'm not trading him. Like I'm not trading any of these fellas. First off, they are affordable. That is part of it. Second of all, they're supposed to be a part of the future of the franchise. And I'm not messing with any of that. And this is an organization that really doesn't like to mess with culture. That, to me, would seem to be a very knee-jerk reaction, a bad reaction to this. This is a bad stretch. I'm not making any excuses for it. There's definitely some Cavs feelings that have spilled over to the Guardians, but I can't sit there and defend the Guardians when they've played really badly through 4 straight games. And when the hitting's not there, the pitching shows up. When the pitching's not there, the hitting shows up. It's all been all over the place. It's been bad. That's not an excuse. But I don't think there's moves to be made that help you by selling guys. That's not possible. You're not old. You're young. The one guy that you would have return with is a non-starting conversation. He doesn't go anywhere.
Well, and if you think about it, like this is one thing that I always say, and then people... they always think of radio guys being bombastic and they're the first to write
teams off.
This
is not a bombastic conversation.
But the part of this that bothers me is, I always say this, is there a team in this town that deserves more benefit of the doubt than the Guardians? So when they lose...
Oh, the Browns, easy.
When they lose or have this stretch and clearly without their best player, which is a pretty big deal...
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to still give them the benefit of the doubt, especially after what they pulled off last year.
But there are people who are annoyed by us when we say we give them the benefit of the doubt all the time because then again they bring up the division. They go, guys, they're playing in a crap division. You're playing in a AAA division. How are you giving them the benefit of the doubt? In fact, they think we should be more mad at them. I go, no, we are in the same constraints as most of the teams that are in the division. Detroit, that's a weird market. Chicago, they should be in a much better position than what they are, but they've actually tried to spend money before, and that's gone straight to hell on them. But Kansas City, Minnesota, we're kind of all in the same spot here. Minnesota's a big market, but I understand. We're kind of all in the same spot. Plus, you got a pending lockout coming up. So how many guys am I going to be able to give away and bring back? Like, you can't do any of that. So this is basically, if you can get maybe another reliever, let's see if we can make a move for another reliever at a decent price. Can we turn one of our guys who are in AAA into a reliever? Is it time to do something like that with some of the guys who might not be starters in their future, who might be in that rotation? I don't know. I'd have to look. I'd have to ask Justin Latta, to be honest with you. Like, there's other things that you can do, but you're going to have to get creative. That's not good for us talking on the radio about it because, there is that bombast that you talk about. Big, huge, swinging moves. Lindor, the whole deal. Like, that's usually what gets the people going. But, guys, with all the things that we don't know about in the future, with how poorly they have played over the last, let's be honest, about a month without Jose Ramirez here, this is either your team or you're not making a big move. I'd be shocked. And I'm not getting rid of these kids, young men. I'm not getting rid of these young ball players. I want to see how these guys turn into something here. Stephen Kwan, do you want to give him up because he's still playing good defense? I know that his bat isn't there. What do you want to do with that? It would probably feel too little too late on Stephen Kwan by now, wouldn't it? Like, honestly, I'm serious. Like, do I want to give up Stephen Kwan now? I don't think I want to give up Stephen Kwan now. What am I going to get back? Not much. Want to ask Owen that. Want to ask you that later on in the show. Up next, Mary Kay Cabot. Now that Miles is gone, who the hell are the Browns putting on the billboard? Lima says it might be too soon to put one big face on there. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, take us with you to work on that free Odyssey app.
XTEND.
Stars. Get all latest Browns content filtered right to your phone during this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Jimmy Hart, baby. Mouth of the South, 920. I can't wait. Wrestling Under the Stars coming to town, and we're going to have Jimmy Hart in studio, and he's going to bring the megaphone. Will you let us take a picture with the megaphone?
Oh, he's got to, right?
Yes. Mary Kay Cabot, we've taken several photos with her at different galas over the years. She joins us right now on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right, call Kyle Right hotline. Mary Kay, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're doing wonderful. Myles Garrett's traded. Who is the player that gets promoted by the Cleveland Browns publicly? Who do they put up on the billboard now?
Oh, that's a good one. It will probably be, I would imagine it will be, Jared Verse is going to attract a lot of attention. I think their new receivers are going to attract a lot of attention. And it's not going to be Deshaun if Deshaun wins the job. But if Shedeur wins the job, it will certainly be Shedeur.
You didn't mention Denzel Ward. Why is that?
Well, I mean, Denzel is definitely one of the best players on this team and one of the best leaders on this team. I suppose it could be Denzel as well. I didn't mention him off the bat because he sort of isn't someone that tries to grab the spotlight all that much. He's usually a little bit more reserved about that sort of thing, but I could see him stepping into that role.
Boy, it is interesting when we're sitting here with a quarterback competition and the way that if he doesn't win it, all right, we've got all these other players, but if he wins it, it's definitely going to be Shedeur. You would think, like, with his standing and even the shot that he has to win this thing in year 2 when he's already got 7 starts under his belt, that it would be trending in that direction. So I did find that answer interesting, Mary Kay.
Well, I just think if he wins the job, that the Browns would take full advantage of his marketability and his branding and what he brings from that standpoint. Everyone knows about that. I mean, he went to the Pro Bowl in part because of things like that. So he moves the needle, he drives content, and if he does win the job, I just think that we would see him everywhere.
Do you think, do you think that last year they did not take advantage of that because of the situation in which he kind of got thrown into and with the whole, preseason lead up, how they kind of botched that whole thing? That I just found it very interesting that the Shedeur effect didn't seem to really take place like I thought it would, to the magnitude that I thought it was. I mean, his starts at the end of the year, was basically half-empty stadiums.
Well, the season was, pretty much down the tubes by then. And I think everyone was sort of in wait-and-see mode to see how he was going to perform. So, yeah, I don't know why they didn't really necessarily take advantage of the branding. I mean, you do have to go out there and prove that you can do the job. And I think it was kind of like, okay, let's see what you've got now.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us here on the show. Okay, this is going to be a convoluted question. So is there any way you can boil it down and give us any clear notes, whatever, on the savings with the Deshaun Watson insurance against the cap? Because Florio had it, then had to kind of walk it back a little bit, and Over the Cap has disputed that. So is there anything you can tell us that clarifies what we have coming to us in the cap because of the insurance on Deshaun Watson?
No, not yet, because as you guys know, I was out of town for a week, and everybody's kind of scattered, and I haven't delved into that yet, so I did not write or handle that story. But the way that I read it was 2 completely different sums of money. And I won't know yet for a little bit what the actual truth on that is, but I'm sure you guys saw that Over the Cap had it at just over $9 million, $9.8 million, after you factor in the prorations and all of those kinds of things. So the 88 may have been grossly exaggerated, but I don't know for sure yet.
Okay.
Mary Kay, based on what you were able to see, I found it very interesting that they were saying, Deshaun Watson's arm and his health had been at basically the best it's been in a long time. But was there some fatigue towards the end of camp with that shoulder?
Well, I actually did mention something like that on a podcast that hit yesterday, and it kind of took off a little bit, but I think, some of it got a little bit blown up, as those things have a tendency to do. The point that I was trying to make with that was I did think when I looked out there in the last week or two of OTAs and mandatory minicamp that there were a few inconsistencies, and I theorized that perhaps maybe his arm just was, a little tired at the end, or maybe just a little bit more fatigued than it was in the beginning. I thought there were fewer inconsistencies in the first, 5, 6, 7 weeks than there were in those last couple of weeks. But someone else mentioned to me, just yesterday that they were trying different things in those last couple of weeks, and he's been up here throwing. So I don't think it's a huge issue. And you guys have talked to other people that have mentioned some of those inconsistencies. I have mentioned them as minor inconsistencies. I've heard other people describe them a little bit differently than that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's a huge issue. I really don't think it's a huge issue. He's up here throwing. He's going to continue to throw. He's doing a passing camp, I think, next week in South Florida. My whole point was just keep an eye on it. Just manage it. If you see little inconsistencies that send up any kind of a little red flag, just make sure it's nothing. I don't think it's anything at all. But when you see those kinds of things, I think it's just something to at least look into, talk about, make sure it's nothing.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us. What do you think Shedeur Sanders has to work on for him to get a chance to not only get in this quarterback competition, but to ultimately win this quarterback competition?
Just the efficiency, the pre-snap operation of everything, just being able to manage the whole entire offense. This offense puts a lot of responsibility on the quarterback, and both of the quarterbacks have said they want that responsibility. It involves a lot of decision-making before the snap in terms of sliding protections and managing motions and changing plays and moving people around and IDing defenders and whatnot. And all of those things, he just has to make sure that he's continuing to understand exactly what he needs to do at every moment. And that's the thing that he did a great job of in OTAs and mandatory minicamp. As he moved through spring ball, he got a ton better at that. Way, way, way better and faster. The ball was coming out quicker. He was making quicker decisions. That's the area that Deshaun has an edge over him right now, is in all the pre-snap stuff, the quicker decisions, the ball getting out of his hand. So if Shedeur can continue to do that at the pace that he has been doing that, then he will remain in this conversation. And I also heard, and once again, I've been out of town, so I'm not 100% sure, off the grid a little bit, but I think he now is also in Cleveland, or was, came back here and started, working out here a little bit too. And I think Deshaun might still be here. So they're not really taking their break in terms of just being away from here and maybe unplugging from the facility a little bit. They're both still working at this. They understand what's at stake. They know what they each have to do. And I think it's really going to be quite a battle.
Other than QB, Mary Kay, what do you think should be our biggest focus going into training camp here when the rookies show up in 2 weeks?
Probably the offensive line. That's going to be huge. The offensive line, they really have to come together. They don't really know their starting five yet. They have to figure out who the center is going to be. Then that trickles over into who the right guard is going to be. You have to see how those tackles are going to perform. You have to see how ready Spencer Fano is for what he's going to face right from the jump. So bringing those five guys together and making sure that completely overhauled line with five new starters is going to be able to function the way that it needs to right from the rip.
Mary Kay, we had this discussion multiple times over the last year because like Nick Chubb, he was no longer here, but it's like, hey, everybody, you can't touch Nick Chubb in this town. Everybody loves Nick Chubb. Jose Ramirez, everybody loves Jose Ramirez here. Myles Garrett is certainly respected, but I don't think he's beloved the way that those guys are. Could we live in a world? I mean, you've mentioned that, yeah, I mean, they've won 8 games over the last 2 years. It should be better days are ahead. Maybe not this year as much, but should be better days ahead. Could we be setting ourselves up someday down the line? Or is this putting too much, as Lima explained once? Could we be setting ourselves up where Jared Verse is actually more beloved in this city than Myles Garrett ever was?
Well, I think Myles Garrett was pretty beloved in the city. I think fans loved him, and I think it's a tough act to follow. That's going to be a very, very tough act to follow. He did a lot of things in the community. He was man about town. He was a minority owner of the Cavs. So I do think that he has definitely a tough act to follow in that way in terms of his impact on the community. But just in terms of being beloved by his teammates, and I've said this and written this before, I do think that Jared Verse is going to be someone that unites the team, brings them together, and fosters maybe more of a brotherhood or a warmer feel amongst the players than perhaps Myles did. He did things by himself a lot. I mean, he wasn't necessarily just the guy's guy that was always hanging out with those guys. So I do think that Jared will be one to, be having guys. Myles lived all the way out in Medina. It wasn't like guys were like hanging out on his couch. But I can see that happening with Jared Verse. I think he's going to be a unifier, a force multiplier in that way, and I think it'll bring the defense together in ways that maybe it wasn't before.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. Tim Bontemps is a basketball writer for ESPN. They just announced he is getting a position in the front office with the Atlanta Hawks. If the Browns were listening, who do you think would be better in the Browns front office, Anthony or me?
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. You're really going to put me on the spot and make me choose between the two of you.
Absolutely, I am.
What, your kids never did this to you?
Yeah.
Oh, no, they've never done that to me, believe it or not. I think, how the Browns have 2 assistant general managers in Glenn Cook and Catherine Hickman?
Look at her.
That's
She's
what I
so
think
nice.
They would do with
You work in tandem.
No. Oh, Mary
A little bit
Kay.
of yin, a little bit of yang.
Oh, my gosh. Now, and Mary Kay, you'll hear Lima and I fighting upstairs as you walk by, and then you have to report that there's infighting in Berea, and then it's the same old Browns all over again, because Lima and I fight every day. Let me take it further here. Who do you think on the fan would be the best in the Browns front office? Come on.
Oh my gosh.
Why didn't you ask her?
She ain't going to do it. She ain't going to answer it.
Why didn't you ask Mary Kay if she thinks she could get a role in an NFL
That was
going to
be my next question. Would she consider a role? It's not what she thinks. She's smart. She knows football. Would you consider a role in an NFL front office if it were offered to you?
I would. Yes, I would. I would.
Do you think you'd take it?
It depends on the role and, of course, the compensation and all those kinds of things. But I've been around NFL teams long enough to see, to understand how things are done correctly, how things are done incorrectly. And I actually think I would be a very good thought partner in a front office.
That's outstanding.
Unbelievable.
Okay, ask her the question.
Okay.
This is a good one.
Tuesday night, Chris Brown and Usher at Brown Stadium. I am now calling that my favorite memory ever in that stadium. What is yours?
Oh boy, your favorite memory in that stadium. So you went to this concert.
Oh yeah,
he and his wife.
Wow,
it was incredible. Mary Kay, just a night filled of amazing entertainment. And I've been to some good. There was some great Baker Mayfield. Nothing came close to Tuesday night.
Are you saying that for effect, or do you mean that?
Oh, it's by far the most entertained and happy I have been. Because, a football game, there's a bunch of moments where you're not happy, no matter what, unless you just blow out the other team.
Fair point.
All right. Are we talking about, wait a minute. I have to qualify this. Does the old stadium count too?
No.
No, just a new stadium.
Just the
I was going to go I was going to go any World Series of Rock concert, really, because those were classics, and everybody out there listening knows exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, so new stadium, best memory. Oh gosh, you know what? I might just the Baker Mayfield first game.
Okay,
your coolers busting open all over. That was pretty cool.
Okay, fine.
Or the first game back in 1999. That's high up on the list.
I was there. I was there. Yep.
Oh, yeah, you were.
Aunt Buzz
That's right.
bought tickets. Drew Carey was out there before the game.
Wouldn't be anymore.
No, not anymore. No. And boy, did they get ramsacked afterwards. That was not a fun. Not a fun
they were an
game
expansion
afterwards.
team. Their future is bright. Wait a minute, it's not 1999 anymore. All right, Mary Kay, thank you very much for the time. We appreciate it. All the very best to you and yours.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
You as well. Mary Kay Cabot. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right hotline. Make it right, call Kyle Right hotline.
I went to a Kentucky Derby party at the stadium.
All right.
Once. That was up there.
I want to know. Mary Kay is too nice. She wasn't going to answer it. Who'd be better in the Browns front office? Tone or I? Don't answer it yet, Owen. Don't answer it yet, John. I want to ask that question in 5 minutes, as well as he spent 9 years here. It can't just be out of sight, out of mind.
The real estate market, always in flux. So you need.
in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 92.3 The Fan and see if our hosts make your reaction a part of our shows. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Don't be that guy who missed the biggest Cavs news during the offseason. Hear the latest during our exclusive 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Tim Bontemps, ESPN, joining the Hawks. He is a writer for ESPN. He's usually had a very poor attitude around the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I think he's had a poor attitude around every team in the league.
Yeah, he's kind of a dour person.
Which is
so
why
good luck to him.
Which is why I enjoyed, him on either interviews or podcasts, because he would just pretty much crap on everybody pretty consistently.
We asked Mary Kay who would be, because it got us thinking, who would do a better job in the Browns front office? Tone or myself? This is actually closer than I thought it was going to be.
What would you think
far,
it was going to be?
It's early. I thought I'd run away with it, let's be honest.
What and why did you think that you would run away with it?
Well, I mean, you're the one who wanted to trade for Deshaun Watson, and here we are.
And you wanted 22 Ben Solomons, so...
First off, his name was Scott Solomon.
Oh, Scott Solomon.
And I did not want 22 Scott Solomons. A caller into the radio after a Browns loss wanted 22 Solomons.
Can you see if Andre Schmidt voted and who he voted for?
Oh, yeah, that's right. The kicker I would have cut him. You would have cut.
That's true. Why are you bringing that up? Don't bring that up. Come on. You're supposed to help me.
That'd be fun.
I'm up 60.
Now, the funny thing is, the people that are in the Browns front office, they did go after Deshaun Watson.
How do I only have 59% of the vote? How do I only have 59% of the vote? It is too close. I should have 80% of the vote.
See, I think here's the problem with Ken in running a front office. I think you would overvalue all your players, and that would be to a detriment. Which a lot of GMs do. A lot of GMs do. At some point, you got to fix your mistakes and then address them. I do think Andrew Berry over time, he had enough years where obviously he was going to cycle through the bad players, and eventually you have to admit you're wrong. A lot of GMs don't get that much time, and they kind of stick with their guys.
Yeah.
But I do think without doubt, Ken knows more about the NFL than me. He's a historian of the game. You know the X's and O's far better than me.
Thank you.
What I question with you is your emotional attachment.
I am an emotional person.
To the teams and to the players.
You have been... This is actually a very fair discussion because you have been much more discerning on people. There have been people, we brought this up before, there have been people who have burned me personally, and you've said, you watch out for that person. And you ended up being right. But because
Daryl
I'm too
ended up being
emotional...
fine, though.
Daryl.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But because I'm too emotional, I couldn't necessarily see the problems that have happened in the past.
Because you take everybody... Your expectation for everybody is to be a good person. And so when you meet them for the first time and shake their hand and you go through that smile and the first whatever kind of banter, your thought is, oh, it's a good guy. I just met him. He's a good guy.
Friend just texted me and said, you'd quit the very first time you had to cut a guy who was really nice to you.
Oh, that's the other thing. Yeah, you got to be cutthroat.
Yeah, that's true.
You do. And,
Yeah.
Now, on the flip side...
I'm not saying GM. I'm saying in the front office. I don't know what we would do in the front office.
Roles. See,
I think people just think of general manager, so what am I saying?
See, this is what's really interesting about what's happening in sports in general, because clearly we are getting we're a lot more open. In society, I would even say. We're more open to...
It is like 50-50 right now.
Okay.
That you would do a better job
I can understand the 50-50. If it was... who would last in a front office, it would be Anthony, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So take, for instance, the ascension of like Bob Myers, who we played his audio. He was a player agent. Rob Pelinka was a player agent.
He was in Tommy Boy.
Yeah, he was. That's right.
And Wayne's World.
He was very good in Wayne's World. Not to mention...
San Elmo's Fire.
Not to mention like the Knicks, Worldwide West, and Leon Rose basically taking over a front office and then winning a championship.
That's interesting.
That's the NBA.
Well, okay.
But you're seeing more and more of this.
Well, is Worldwide West more of a relationships guy?
Yeah.
All right. How about this? It is basically 50-50 now in the NFL. What about college football general manager?
Ooh.
Because that's relationships.
Yes, it is.
It's money.
Yeah, and you got to
I'm not. It's not that I'm bad. I just don't want to do it.
Got to talk to the families. You got to talk to the high school coaches.
But I've eaten pies in kitchens with parents before already.
You can do that. Yeah, 100% you can.
I could do that.
And I've seen him. He can change his stripes very easily. He can go from being a diehard Iowa State fan one day to then rocking Penn State stuff the next.
To act like it's about the football, it's more about the pies.
Yes, it's about pies and people with me. People, pies, and football is the three priorities.
That's why have over your door sill when you walk in.
And that's why I have my priorities correct, because I care about people, not necessarily. I love the game, but I love people more. So I like to interact with people. And so I think I'd be a kick-ass college football general manager. Think about that, everybody. I don't think they care, but still.
I did want to ask you.
What?
When you see somebody like Tim Bontemps get a role that he got, or like John Hollinger was in an NBA front office. And again, the NBA does this more than anybody, but I think
Barton Simmons is a GM in college football.
Well, and you remember Brandon Staley, his rise, part of his rise to an NFL head coach was his football writings, message board writings. If you go back, like he got into it and it helped him leverage relationships, whatever. Next thing you know, he's a head coach in the NFL.
Well,
so I think we used to joke about, hey, could I coach an NFL team? Could I do this? Could I do that? And in front offices, they just want smart people. Like, think about Andrew Berry's background. Yeah, he was in football. He played football in college and all that. But they always say he could work on Wall Street, if he wanted to.
Yeah.
And Sashi Brown, who has been able to go through two different sports in front offices. And even when Andrew Berry, if you talk to him about basketball, if you've heard him, I heard him on a podcast, he was talking basketball. I'm like, he could work in an NBA front office tomorrow. So I think more and more all these leagues, they want just smart people, not just, the lifer. They don't want just the lifer because there's as much bias in that as there is in doing a lot of the other things.
But I tell you what, it messes with your emotions and stuff, because you've seen even local guys get brought in and stuff like we pay attention to the national, like Schrager and all that stuff when there's like, well, the Jets might bring him in. That's really, really cool. Don't get me wrong. It messes with you. You go, could you do it? It like you start, because when you got into it before, when you got into this, it's like, all right, anything in actual sports, there's a wall now up there. You had to try to do that when you were in your college years and then work your way into that. That's done. And now you start to think, well, could you do something like that? But then I think a lot of people are kind of calling it right. Like, no, I'm pretty emotional when it comes down to it.
Well,
and so it'd be very difficult for me to pull someone into a room and tell them that I need your key card. We can't have you. It would just kill me. Unless I knew that person was a bad person.
Well, it's hard for me to imagine.
There's very few bad people.
It's also hard for me to imagine Andrew Berry doing that.
That's true. Which he's had to do it.
Yes. I also know, and I know we got to go. What always comes up, especially in sports talk radio stuff, when anybody goes after us as the host, when you guys don't play, you don't look like athletes, or you didn't play, I always laugh because same thing holds true for. There's always a movement of fans to go put the guy who played, who starred for my team, put him in the front office. He could make the moves. And I will tell you, the one thing I do, and it's not for everybody because there's a lot of different players that do, move up the ranks. And hey, John Lynch in the 49ers, it can happen.
It's true.
I find that there's a lot of athletes that aren't curious enough to be able to do all these other things.
No.
Like they know their role. They knew their position. They knew how to work out and perfect that position. That doesn't necessarily translate to all of the other things.
When people talk about athletes, like some of the great athletes were, like Larry Bird was a really good basketball coach, but like Wayne Gretzky was a terrible head
Magic Johnson
man.
tried it.
Yeah, Magic Johnson wasn't good at it. All right, coming up in just over 20 minutes. Jimmy Hart, the mouth of the South. I see him on TV right now. He will be coming into these studios here because they're just down the street. So we will have Jimmy Hart, the mouth of the South, WWE Hall of Famer. And the guy spent 9 years here. It can't just be out of sight, out of mind. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, live on The Fan.
It's Anthony Lima for Q's.
the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
Don't forget, we got Jimmy Hart, Mouth of the South, a little bit later this hour. Meanwhile, 92.3 The Fan looking for a winner. How about a 4-pack of Lawn tickets to see your choice? John Mellencamp, Thomas Rhett, Chicago with Styx, or Billy Idol, Blossom Music Center. All you have to do is enter the code word BLOSSOM, BLOSSOM, by the end of the hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win, courtesy of Live Nation. Where for a limited time, buy 4 Lawn tickets to select Blossom shows, $99 at blossommusic.com.
You can still go ahead and vote on my Twitter. There are several people who have told me that they thought that we were talking about the Cavs, talking about a front office person. Hands down, Lima would be better. I do think in an NFL general manager sense, I actually think Lima would probably be better than me because he sees people differently. I think he'd be better. There's several people going, now that you brought up the college football thing, you might be better than that. And I was like, all right, fine, I'm good at something. I got something going for me.
No, and I do think you could coach. I think the nice guy stuff would wear off. I think eventually you'd be...
Well, no, because I'm a nice guy to sixth graders. Right. Like, I can't... Yeah. Well, I don't know. That last game of the season, we'll see what happens because I may just decide to pull the lid off and go, here you go. But, like, if I were around, honestly, if I were on a high school staff, like assisting or something down the line or something like that, like, yeah, there'd be some intensity there. I'm not grabbing face masks and stuff. This ain't the 1970s. Like I always said, I don't like people who cosplay as coaches. I want people to try to be coaches. And that's something that the man in the other room does. It's something that Keith does. It's something that you will do someday. Be an actual coach. It's fantastic. All right, I want to get to this. Myles Garrett, the NFL rankings, Jeremy Fowler put it out there, and I just X'd out of it on my damn computer. Almost said bleeping computer. So there's a top 10 pass rushers rankings that I just X'd out of it. Jeremy Fowler compiled it from everybody. And best pass rushers in the league, Myles Garrett, number 1 in a league of his own, correct? Marked on the honorable mention, even though he was like 10th last year, he had a good season. Jared Verse is on honorable mention. Honorable mention. And that brought up a different conversation because TJ Watt's falling. And you ask, Kenny, do you care anymore about the whole Myles Garrett, TJ Watt thing? I think the conversation was done already. I think that everybody in the world had to accept, even Steelers fans who hate Myles Garrett, had to, if they don't want to accept the truth, that's on them. That Myles Garrett's better than TJ Watt, and will end up being way better in the annals of history than TJ Watt. Does he still have more playoff wins than TJ Watt? Think so. So that's fine. But I will full on admit that's not my argument anymore. And I don't think that's an argument to Rams fans anymore. Maybe they have it in their own division. Maybe they have that going on. But to me, that's it. We won that part of it. But I think I need to make another adjustment here. When it comes to Myles, or when it comes to everything else, it's not just about end-all, be-all. I can't help. You asked if I pay attention to Myles anymore, because if he's not with the Browns anymore, what does he matter to you anymore? How could I not pay attention to him? How could I not watch what he's doing out in L.A.? He'll play in a 4 o'clock window. He'll play a lot of primetime games that I'm going to have to watch on like a Monday morning or something like that, or a Monday afternoon after the show. He'll play in a lot of those, but he'll play in the 4 o'clock window, probably right after Browns games. How could I not pay attention?
Oh, his first how many games are nationally televised, like we said, and we know there's just the high probability all the big games next year he's going to be in.
And I do want to see his attitude. I want to see his behavior. I want to see the type of play that he plays under. Maybe there is a difference in playing on turf under a canopy in Los Angeles and there is playing outdoors in Cleveland. I'm not sure what type of translations there will be. It's just things that come to the top of my head, Tone. I do want to pay attention to the attitude. If all of a sudden I'm just seeing video after video of him being the heart and soul of the Rams defense, I might change my tune a little bit. I might be a little bit like, hey, all right, you're just a leader, you're just a follower, not a leader. Can't say that yet, but I am watching very closely.
Can you imagine if he's leading the pregame speeches and
I don't want to say that yet.
They're all flanking him, and he's the one that's like jawing with everybody. Like, that would be a very different Myles Garrett.
That would be awful. It would be awful because then I would think we didn't get his best. If he's just still Myles Garrett, where it's just still everything he's done, I'd say, hey, he's a fabulous player, good guy, all that stuff. Go on for it. But if I just saw video after video of him giving fire and brimstone speeches and having guys ready to run through a wall, I'd be like, whoa, wait a minute. Where the hell was this during this time when we were basically openly begging you to do this type of thing for us? Like that is where I brought up the thing with Mary Kay with Jared Verse of, yeah, if the Browns are going to be more successful, like the whole point of going through this next season is either finding a quarterback that's already in your quarterback room. There's other things to this football season, obviously, but the main, most important thing that we always pay attention to, finding a quarterback that might be already in this room or getting ready for the next quarterback, wherever that may be in the 2027 draft. If you're able to, by 2028, 29, start to really turn the corner, start to be in the playoffs, Jared Verse will have been here. We know that he's a fire and brimstone's heart and soul guy. If you get to that level and you're in playoff games a lot, making postseason runs, he becomes can't say Aaron Donald because Aaron Donald's a one-on-one when it comes to defensive tackles. But when you look at him being one of the top guys in the league and then one of the top leaders in the league, yeah, I could see a thing where to Browns fans, he's much more beloved because you're playing in bigger games more often than what Myles Garrett did. It's only natural you would feel that way. Yeah, Myles will probably, as long as he doesn't get hurt, he's got, I think, probably 4 good years left, probably at least. He's in tremendous shape. He may very well approach Bruce Smith's record. He may be the record holder by the time it's all said and done. I think he's got 74 to go, 75 to go. It's going to be difficult, but if he is able to play, he might have 4 more good years. If he has another 7 years, he might be able to do it. It's going to be tough. But going back to this, you may end up liking Jared Verse more. That's wishful. We gotta crawl before we walk. We got to find that quarterback. We got to make sure the offensive line's good. It's just one of those things I think of when it comes to big picture stuff. Now we got Jimmy Hart coming in here in hopefully about 10 minutes. I think his segment just finished up on TV, so I think he's going to be coming over here. So we got a lot to ask the mouth of the South coming up here at 9:20 this morning. When it comes to LeBron, because we are on LeBron watch still for another day. It's been a week now. I think it's not Golden State that's the most serious of all of it. If he's thinking about legacy, it's weird for him to join Golden State. I think Miami, to me, is the most serious one. Not saying it, guys, it's just a feeling. I have zero intel at all.
It's been quiet today.
No idea.
It's been quiet today. Every day there's always a little nugget or whatever. In fact, LeBron golfing in now looks like Florida. People have looked into the trees in the background. They have plugged them into all sorts of AI to figure out where he is, what golf course he's on.
He had the one guy over in Philadelphia who tried to find Google Maps and Google Images and tried to find the stuff that was at the store behind him to see if he was in the Philadelphia area. LeBron brings out some of the worst out of us and some of the best out of us, depending on how you see it all. I think the Cavs are in the lead to bring back LeBron. I think the biggest threat, though, is Miami. They're serious about basketball. They're a continued team. There's nostalgia there, too. They went to 4 straight finals. They won 2 championships. Pat Riley's still there. Eric Spoelstra's still there. I think that they are an actual contender for him.
Do you think it matters there in Miami? And I agree with you that there is some sense. I mean, there is some sense to why Miami might work out, might be a fit, whatever. There's a lot of stuff they'd have to figure out on the fly, just like in Cleveland. But do you think it matters to LeBron about the whole potential of getting overshadowed by Giannis?
No.
Okay.
Well, do you think that it mattered about Luka?
Because, look, it's not that it's... I mean, that's a very complicated situation because, he had won a championship there. I think everybody thought he would just retire there, especially out there because his family and all the business interests. And then they go make that unbelievable trade for Luka. And it's like, well, Luka's he's top player in the league.
Yeah.
You could make the argument. He'd be coming off the NBA Finals.
We keep hearing all these things from some of these writers, and who knows if it's true. But if you hear it more than once, you got to take it into a consideration that him and Luka don't really get along. I think part of that is that LeBron has his fun and he has his business, but you know that there's few players that are as obsessed with the game as LeBron, and that's basically the entire reason that they gave in Dallas of trading Luka Doncic that Nico Harrison gave, is that his dedication wasn't enough. And so maybe over a couple of years, LeBron's like, this guy isn't serious. I need serious people around me if I'm going to hand this thing off.
It's
Now,
just
that's speculative.
It's just if he goes to Miami and they just make their landmark deal to go get Giannis. Giannis is also a champion. He's such a big story there
you
in
think
Miami.
Giannis is obsessed with basketball and obsessed with winning?
Oh, he 100%
Then I
is,
think honestly they would probably get along and they'd be fine.
It's not that, I'm not worried about them getting along. I think they would. And, my general stance on this is the smart, great, elite basketball players always kind of figure out a way to make things work as best they can, as long as they still can play.
Mm-hmm.
They do figure out a way. I just mean the story of LeBron going back to Miami, it's just not as big of a deal as him coming back to Cleveland, and they got Giannis.
It's not. But when you go to him with you talk about Miami with Giannis.
Yeah.
See, if he comes back, is it a 1-year deal? If it's a 1-year deal, I don't think that matters because there's nobody that can overshadow him. Unless Michael decided to come back and try basketball again. I don't think there's anybody that can overshadow him because it's a retirement tour, it's a documentary, and it's a team that's trying to win a championship. I mean, that's a trifecta unlike really we ever get to see. There's no way that Giannis overshadows LeBron in that season. I don't think if LeBron goes anywhere, Jaylen Brown's a great player. Steph Curry's great. Nobody overshadows LeBron if he's in a retirement tour. Nobody. So I don't think he has to worry about that. What I worry about is a level of seriousness mixed with nostalgia. They have championships. We have a championship, and arguably the greatest, I don't even think it's arguable, the greatest story ever told in professional sports and coming back from 3-1. I think that we have a really good team around him. I think we have a better team than Miami. I agree with you. They would also have a really good team around him. But he spent 8 years kind of like the only serious one about winning with the Lakers. They won the bubble championship, and nobody seems to care. And I even wondered how serious he was. This is a business partnership. I think he wants love. I think Miami has love for him. He's not the end-all, be-all like he is here. Like there's Dwayne Wade, maybe some other guys around him. Maybe he's number 2. He's number 1 here with a bullet. There's love. There's a seriousness about basketball. I think that's what he wants to get back to. I think the Cavs are as serious as a heart attack when it comes to trying to win. And pulling out whatever stop it is to try to win games and try to win a championship and try to get this one as another championship with LeBron. They're not just bringing him in to parade him around and have a feel-good story at the end. We hope it feels that way, but they're trying to win a championship if they bring back LeBron. But I think Miami's trying to do the same thing. So I think the Cavs are in the driver's seat because he's from here, because of the greatest story ever told, because he has 11 years of the history here. All those things are there. I think the next closest team, though, isn't Golden State, isn't Philadelphia, certainly isn't Minnesota. I think it's Miami. He has spent formidable years there. They still have pieces of their front office. Their head coach is still there. I think that if we're taking anybody seriously against us for LeBron, it has to be the Heat. Coming up in 5 minutes, we're hoping Jimmy Hart will get here. Do you take the Heat more seriously than anybody else when it comes to the Cleveland Cavaliers? 216-474-0092. We were going to take a break. We're not going to take a break because I didn't see where the line was. So do you think Miami is the second best option, or do you think that Miami's the only option that you actually take seriously here?
No, I mean, I do take Philly seriously. They've had an incredible offseason considering kind of where they were. They seemed rather irrelevant. They hire Mike Gansey. He goes over there, and they instantly get to work. The Jaylen Brown thing, I don't know if I can say fell into their lap or if it was brilliantly orchestrated by their front office, but that is a coup to be able to get him. They have Maxey, they have Edgecombe. And look, the big question is always going to be with Philly, is Joel Embiid going to make it to the finish line? He has always...
I don't think so.
He's somebody that when he plays, he is incredible, even at this age and even with his body as broken down as it is. He's still incredible when he's on the floor. He just can't really be on the floor that much. And then, defensively, he's just always going to be a liability now because he can't move.
What about Minnesota?
I haven't really thought.
Has that kind of just died?
Yeah, I haven't really thought about
What
them
about Golden State?
at all. Boy, it seems like that everything Golden State did financially, starting with the Draymond move, and there was another minor player that there was an offer sheet that they're not going to match. They're keeping their books open in case LeBron does decide. But, man, the lack of buzz is very interesting because the minute the season ended, I thought they were very much in play.
Yeah.
And now I've heard less and less buzz about that. Now, it doesn't mean anything. Like LeBron, Windhorst was asked the other day, and he's like, yeah, LeBron knows. He knows there's no more. I mean, you can pitch all you want. Like, he knows where he's going. It's now just a matter of making the decision. Whichever team he's going to, told that team to be flexible and be creative and,
Is that why Donovan did what he did yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, that
and
was
they
also,
haven't announced anything with James Harden
and
yet.
the Harden thing is the most interesting part of it.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, I'm feeling as confident as I have ever felt about the Cavs getting him during this era of waiting for LeBron. Coming up in 5 minutes, we are hoping that we will have Jimmy Hart in here, and he will be talking to us. Yes, the mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart, Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, and a wrestling legend in studio on The Fan.
When you first saw her,
Support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
If you're watching on YouTube Live, or if you're not, you have to get the 92.3 The Fan on YouTube right now. It's absolutely free to subscribe, because in studio, joining us right now, a wrestling legend. Ladies and gentlemen, the mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart, joining us live in studio.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I mean this sincerely. This is an honor for me to meet you.
It's great. I feel great being here. I'm wearing this Jimmy Hart Blue Light Kmart special jacket because we just got through doing live TV, and I forgot to take it off, so forgive me for overdressing.
No, you look wonderful.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You know, we were just talking earlier with everybody here. I think Huck and I were here, I guess, 8 or 9 months ago when we promoted that Real American Beer deal.
Yeah, and that was in the afternoon, so I didn't get to see you. And so now I get to see it. I'm sorry. No. You're going to have to jump in because I'm going to end up taking over because I'm fanboying right now.
This is so amazing. I mean, obviously, I pull your name up immediately, and it's some AI has some list of the best managers ever, and they have you fourth. And I'm like, he's not ahead of Jim Cornette. He's got to be ahead of Jim Cornette.
It's all subjective.
No, y'all want to get heated. Look, I love Paul Heyman, Jimmy Cornette. I mean, J.J. Dillon. I mean, all the guys were so great. I'm happy just to be. If I'm number 4, I'm happy with number 4. That's great. Hey, at least I'm in the top 10, right?
No, in all honesty, personally, it's you, Bobby the Brain, and Jim Cornette.
I love Bobby. Oh, Bobby, yeah. I love Bobby. Bobby, he was so funny back in the day. Bobby was so good on commentating, too. But my expertise was music. That's what. I got to tell you this. Tony Hunter, the manager of the agent who books a lot of our wrestling stars around the country, he told me today, he said, you know, Jimmy, I was looking at Spotify, and the song you wrote for Shawn Michaels has 32 million hits on Spotify.
So I didn't know this. Owen, our producer, told me this. Now, Owen and I, actually.
It's like my life's theme song, so.
It's amazing. So
I love it.
So Lima actually knows more about wrestling than people give him credit for. And Owen and I love it and love the history of it, right? And he told me before you came in here, I did not know you wrote Sexy Boy. Is it true, or am I being set up that when Sensational Sherry was no longer on the album, on the lyrics, you sang
the backup? I know it. I had to go, Sexy Boy. Well, what happened? Here's what happened. Sherry did the song. She took a little vacation. So Vince says, Jimmy, I want to put Sean's voice on it. I go, Sean, you got to put your voice on it. He goes, I can't sing. I said, yes, you can. Come on, we can do it. And so they sent the master tape to Texas for us, where we had to do it out there instead of cutting in Memphis, where I was originally from then. So we went to the studio out there. We didn't have the girl singers. So what I did, we tripled the voice going, Sexy Boy. Then I raised the key and went, Sexy Boy. And we just doubled it 4 or 5 times, and that's me doing it. But I got to tell y'all this. Listen, before you guys were born, many, many, many years ago, well, I'm going to say 56 years ago, I was in a group called the Gentrys. On the MGM label, we had a $1 million record called Keep On Dancing. We did our tours with Dick Clark. We did American Bandstand, Hullabaloo Shindig, Where the Action Is, and all those shows. We toured with Chicago and with warm-up group, really, for Chicago, and Dave Clark 5 and all that. Well, as our original group broke up, I put another group together, and we went on the Sun record label. Now, the Sun label was Sam Phillips. Sam Phillips, the guy who produced Elvis Presley, Johnny Cash, Jerry Lee Lewis, Carl Perkins. Well, we got on the Sun label, and we had 2 hits on the Sun label, okay? this right here, I'm going to show y'all. It was our first Sun album, okay? This was our Sun album. And we had Cinnamon Girl, which was written by Neil Young. We had a top 40 hit off that.
Can I just hold it, Jimmy? Is that okay? Can I actually look at it?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so
listen,
much.
But I'm going to show you.
Thank you.
Then all of a sudden, about 3 months ago, I got a call, and he goes, Jimmy, my name is Chase. So, yeah, okay. He goes, I'm with Sun Records. And we were down in Memphis recently going through the vaults, looking for some old Jerry Lee Lewis, Carl Perkins stuff. And we found some songs on the Gentrys that had never been put out before. He said, we're going to release another Gentrys album. After 56 years, this is going to be the album. Look at this. This is the album. It's called It's Been So Long, one of the songs on there by the Gentrys. And it's coming out in September. So take a look at that.
This is amazing.
And look, that picture's 56 years. I never wore a muscle shirt in my life. And if you're looking at the picture, you can know why.
You look fabulous. No, you look fabulous.
So wait, do you not get any of the royalties from the wrestling themes on Spotify? Are you getting ripped off?
Well, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I'd rather not say anything on
That's
air.
a hell
because,
of a question you just asked in there, Tone. Good God.
I want to try to keep my job with everybody.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be politically correct. But you know what? Just knowing that Shawn Michaels sang a song that me and my partner wrote, and it has 36 million hits, 32 million. It makes me feel so good. But, you know, we did Dusty Rhodes' theme song. Of course, Hulk's American Made theme songs, all that stuff. So it's been crazy.
So what happened? Wait a second now. I know, people probably want to know so many things about wrestling, your relationships with everybody, and Hulk Hogan. But I'm so amazed at, the lyrical genius, the music. It was a big part of wrestling when I grew up. People probably took it for granted. But the sound of these guys, these behemoths coming out when I was a kid was a big deal. And I think I'm going to sound like probably what my parents sounded, but it was just better back then. All of it was better back then.
Well, it was different, but I got to tell you this. Here's a quick story. Dusty goes, Jimmy, I just went to Dusty Rhodes. He said, I just went to Vince and told him I want you to write my theme song. I said, okay. I said, well, what do you want, Dusty? He goes, well, give me a cowbell. I said, okay. I wrote down cowbell. He said, give me some Soul Sisters singing the backup. I went, Soul Sisters singing the backup. He said, give me some horns. I said, horns. I said, damn, Dusty, why don't you just write it yourself? But we came up with Carman Man. He was happy with it. And so like I said before, I've been blessed, being in the wrestling business that I've loved, having a crazy career in music, and still out doing promotion for WWE. And like I said, we've got a great thing happening tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Right, going on with
Wrestling Under the Stars.
Wrestling Under the Stars.
Which is wrestling superstars. The Hardys are going to be there. This is Forefront Field. The Lake Erie Crushers hosting it. We have Zandy here. They are wonderful folks. This is coming up tomorrow, July 10th, tomorrow night. Tickets start at $15. LakeErieCrushers.com/wrestling, where you can get those tickets. Sorry there, Jimmy. Go right on ahead.
And the stadium's beautiful. We went by the stadium store today. I love the stadium. But
it's beautiful.
But like I said, Lex Luger's going to be there. Ron Simmons is going to be there. Like you said, the Hardys. Mickey James, what a great lady wrestler she is. Matt Riddle's going to be there. And, of course, yours truly. But bell time is going to be at 7. But at 4 o'clock, you can come and get your autographs. But it's going to be awesome, man. We're excited about it.
How... you start in music. Is it true? So Jerry Lawler brings you into Memphis, correct?
Jerry Lawler and I went to Treadwell High School together.
Yes.
He went into wrestling. I went into music. And I'd always loved wrestling, though, and he'd always loved music. So after one of my tours, after 6 years, we've been on the road back and forth with Dick Clark, he called me and said, look, I want to cut a wrestling album. Will you help me? And I did. We became really good friends. We didn't know each other that well in school. We became friends. The next thing you know, I'm managing him at ringside. How that happened, I don't know, for 6 years in Memphis. And then I got the call from WWE, and I said, feet, don't fail me now, baby. And I went to New York, and the rest was history. It's all crazy.
How many different megaphones have you had?
Oh, my God. I had one for Hook. I had one for the Hart Foundation, the Nasty Boys, the Rougeau Brothers, Earthquake and Typhoon, Adrian Adonis, Dino Bravo, of course, the Honky Tonk Man. I had 23 different people I'd managed up in New York, not counting the people I'd managed down in Memphis with Jerry Lawler. A lot of people don't know it. I managed the Iron Sheik in Memphis before he went to New York. I had Paul Ellering, who eventually managed the Road Warriors. I managed him down there. I had Joe LeDuc and Handsome Jimmy Valiant, Austin Idol, so many of the guys down there. It was great. And Andy Kaufman, too.
Oh, my gosh. Austin
Well, I'm glad you brought up Andy Kaufman, because
great.
you've been involved in some of the all-time memorable nights in wrestling. The Andy Kaufman, that is like something that we talk about. We have to tell the young people that work here about that. What was that like, being a part of that whole battle?
Well, Andy was so crazy. Jerry Lawler's office back then was his kitchen, believe that or not, back in our day, because, smaller territories. So we're in the kitchen one night, And Bill Apter called us and said, look, Andy Kaufman loves wrestling, and he wants to come down there and do his get down there, which he was fighting women wrestling around the country, intergender champion. He said Vince Sr. didn't want to use a comedian up there on their shows, so we said, bring him on down. He was on Taxi at the time, too. We brought him down. Lawler and them had a great program together. Then I wound up managing him back and forth, and so it was such a great run. Andy would stay at my house sometimes, but he loved Elvis Presley. And every night, Monday night after the matches, I'd have to drive him over to Elvis's place, Graceland. We'd sit across the street because Elvis had passed away by then. He goes, I know he's still alive, Jimmy. I know he's going to come out in disguise tonight, and I'm going to catch him. Okay, here we go. Now, the next day, I have to drive all the way to Louisville, Kentucky, 390 miles. So I'm going, okay, we only stay 30 minutes. So we'd stay. He never came out, as usual. And so, but Andy was great. I loved Andy. He was awesome.
I also, just a few days past the 30-year anniversary bash at the beach. But Daytona, what do you remember from
NWO,
the infamous
baby.
heel turn?
That was a big change. You know, Huck had talked to me. He goes, you know what, Jimmy? He said, what do you think? He said, you know, I'm going to do this NWO thing. I said, well, Huck, let's look at it. Let's look at it business-wise. T-shirt sales are a little bit off now, being Hulk Hogan. The ratings are a little bit down. We're starting to get a few boos out there, even though he blamed them on me. But I'm just kidding. But and so and I said maybe it's time for a change, because the old saying is this in any kind of business: if you do what you've always done, you're going to have what you've always had. Now, if you got a restaurant and you're doing good, keep the menu. But buddy, if you ain't, you better change the menu. So that's what we did. We took a chance on it, and buddy, it worked out unbelievable. You know, I was at WrestleMania last year. I go each year. We got SummerSlam coming up this year, and I'll be there for that too, doing promotion for WWE. But I was in the car with Bianca Belair. We just did a personal appearance, and we're driving past the stadium, getting ready to go in. And I said, Bianca, look out there. Look at the T-shirts. Well, it was 2 years ago. That was the one that Stone Cold was on. I said, look at the shirts. I see Stone Cold T-shirts. I see NWO T-shirts. And I just said, and I see, you know, Cody and some of the others too, but for a group to be around as long as Stone Cold and the NWO, that was great to see that much merchandise sold. But so sometimes it's hard to kill the past. Mm-hmm. But the NWO just took everything by storm.
So you encouraged him to make the heel turn?
I didn't really encourage him. I never encouraged. I've realized the bigger star, you got to put sugar on everything.
Yeah.
You know, these guys are sensitive sometimes, especially Hulkster. Biggest name in wrestling ever, but sometimes you doubt yourself on anything. And we were just talking about the do's and don'ts on what you think you should do and what you shouldn't do. And I just threw my 2 cents in when he asked me. And, you know, sometimes it's good for a change. We didn't know if it was going to work or not, but boy, did it work.
So, like, Mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart, WWE Hall of Famer, joining us live in studio right now. Like, in general public, I was 10 years old.
Right.
WCW was not on. Like, my aunt used to put it on years and years before, like, when I was really little.
Right.
And then they were just off the radar. The next day, kids are riding around the neighborhood, and my buddies are like, they're asking me if I saw it. I didn't. Like, WWF, like, went way off. It was all, I had to see Hollywood Hulk Hogan. I had to see the NWO. So I can tell you right now, from 10-year-old kids in middle America, it worked like a charm. I mean, it was a hell of a business decision that he made, that you guys made, to do all this and to have this happen.
Well, it was something fresh. It was something cool. It was something new. And like I said, if you do what you've always done, you're going to have what you've always had. So it was time to change. And so, but Huck made the right decision. He made the right decision on everything he ever did, really, I think. Maybe not everything on the marriages and stuff, but I gotta be honest. Huck, I know you're hearing me say that, Huckster, but I know you're probably shaking your head, going, "Yep, Jimmy Hart's telling the truth," you know. And so, like I said, it all worked out okay. But he's in a better place now after 12 back surgeries, knee replacements, hip replacements, everything going on. It's just, I'm sure he's looking down, smiling, and going, "Man, I can finally rest a little bit," you know.
You remember the last bump you ever took?
Oh my gosh! You know, we had a match with I think I was with the Nasty Boys, I believe, and I think it was like a tag match. But you know, I got to be the worst manager in the world. Every time I had a tag team and we had the championship titles, I'd turn on them. Why I turned on them, I don't know. You know, I turned on the Hart Foundation. I turned on the Nasty Boys. I turned on Ted DiBiase and them. I turned on the Honky Tonk Man. I don't know what was wrong with me. So, and they all had titles, but. We took a lot of bumps during a lot of those things. I haven't broke, I don't have its injuries like the guys do something, but I had a broke jaw, torn meniscus, just, little things like that happen to you, but you keep on going back then, man.
Did you ever say no to a storyline, plot line, anything.
Buddy, if they wanted to paint me yellow, I'd buy the paint. If they wanted to whip me with a belt, I'd get the belt. I've learned in this business, whatever they want to do, I'm fine with it.
Did you ever do like a chicken suit thing? Jim Cornette tells that story.
But let me tell you what happened. Yeah, it was me and Jesse the Body Ventura tagging up against Jerry Lawler and the San Diego Chicken in Memphis. And by the way, the Coliseum had 12,500 people. We sold it out. But the loser of the fall had to wear a chicken suit for a week. Who lost? Jimmy Hart. But you know what I did? I wore that chicken suit when I took my wife to the movie back then. I wore the chicken suit. Boy, was she embarrassed. When I'd go to the grocery store, I'd wear the chicken outfit. But nobody does that anymore, And so, but people saw me. It was crazy. But the news would follow you around. They'd pick up on it. I'm glad it's not this time. I probably have TMZ on me now if I did it now. But you know what I mean? It's really hard when these people book these shows. Like Triple H does such a good job now. I mean, can't you imagine running a major company like the WWE? It's unbelievable.
So again, I just wind you up and let you keep talking. I got to tell everybody why you're here again. Our good buddy Zane is here with us. Now, he's the voice of the Lake Erie Crushers. It's LakeErieCrushers.com/wrestling. Tomorrow night, the Hardys and Wrestling Superstars are coming to Forefront Field. That's out in Avon. It's where the Lake Erie Crushers play. LECrushers.com, LakeErieCrushers.com/wrestling. Tickets start at $15. You're hearing the mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart. He'll be there. They're starting to sign autographs at 4 o'clock. Ring time is at 7 o'clock. JBL is going to be there. Lex Luger is going to be there. Jerry the King Lawler is going to be there. Ron Simmons, former Cleveland Brown, will be there. Yes, I remember. Matt Riddle is going to be there. Lots of people. Tickets starting at $15. That's a lot of entertainment for a very small price. Again, Tone, LakeErieCrushers.com/wrestling.
So much has been written about, said about, and obviously documentaries made about Vince McMahon. What can you tell us about him as a figure?
My only experience, I love Vince. Vince is the one who brought me the megaphone back from Japan. Me and Honky Tonk Man, we were ready to go to the ring in Poughkeepsie, New York. I'll never forget it. All day long, we had shows going on from 12 o'clock till midnight, doing interviews and stuff. Me and Honky were sitting on, getting ready to go out, and he comes up and goes, "Jimmy, this is going to be your new gimmick." He said, "Just use it sparingly." Okay. I said, "Vince, can I paint it? Do whatever you want to with it." But that's been one of the greatest things to ever happen. The Hall of Fame ring, WWE in 2005, and the megaphone, two of the biggest things happened, and the gold record for Keep On Dancing. Those three things have been awesome. But Vince is the one that did that. But he was always cool with me. Whatever he asked me to do, I tried to do it as best I could. And let's face it, if it wasn't for Vince having the dream of putting something together like the WWE and WrestleMania and going worldwide, I don't think there'd be wrestling going on, period, right now.
Were you only in the Memphis territory before WWE?
Memphis only, because I came
You know how
from
rare that is to have a run like that for such a long time in one territory? I mean, you know it, but people don't.
I was telling Tony Hunter, I said, "Tony, I've been blessed, I said, my gosh, music career, gold record, with the Gentrys right out of high school. Then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, I'm in professional wrestling locally in Memphis, not knowing where I'm going after that. There for 6 years. Then all of a sudden, I get the call from WWE, Vince. I go to New York. I had a heck of a run on the first WrestleMania, because if the first WrestleMania had not been successful, we wouldn't have a WrestleMania coming up now. That's how important that was. And I had 2 matches on there. I had King Kong Bundy against S.D. Jones, and then I turned back around, changed jackets, and went out with Greg Valentine against the Junkyard Dog. So I have been so blessed, and have the music, and now have another album coming out 56 years later. Oh, my gosh.
Jimmy Hart joining us on the show. All right, a couple more questions for me. All right, favorite arena that you ever worked in? I know it's been almost 50 years of your career, but do you have a favorite arena?
Well, all of them have been so great. I like the ones easier to get to, but Madison Square Garden, of course, was great, hard to get to. Chicago, the Rosemont, easy to get to, but I liked it. But, we used to go here outside of Cleveland at God, I can't think of the name of that arena y'all had.
Was it Richfield Coliseum?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh, that was great. But the roughest one was San Francisco, the Cow Palace. Oh, my gosh, the minute you left the curtain going out, you got pounded with beer and spit and gum and trash and everything. But they loved it,
Well, that was going to be my next question, because, everybody thinks of 1974 and they think of 10-cent beer night. There was actually, who Ox Baker is, but there was a wrestler.
Oh, God, I managed him in Memphis.
Okay, so you know how he could wind people up. We had a riot here because of Ox Baker in 1974. What was the toughest crowd that the cities What city was known to you to have the toughest crowd that you were like being careful with people with knives and stuff like that around ringside?
Well, when I first started, Louisville Gardens was really, really rough. Louisville, that was a tough place. I remember one time I got shot with a homemade dart gun. Somebody had took a pea shooter, took a sewing needle, and then when I came by, I had lost the match, of course, I always lose, and I was on the shoulder of handsome Jimmy Valiant. He was carrying me out, and because we tagged up against Lawler and Dundee, and on the way out, I just bought brand new tights, and money was short back then. And I thought, oh my God! I tell him, I think somebody just burnt me with a cigarette. I hope I hadn't got a hole in my tights. And we got in the back, and we turned around. and went, oh my God! They pulled out a needle, a sewing needle. So somebody had taken a pea shooter, and put the needle. I went, whew, got me perfect. Then I had to go get a tetanus shot that night. So the money I was going to make, I said, spend on a damn tetanus shot. But that was a rough place. But the Cow Palace was really, really rough back then.
Do you recognize the wrestling you see today, those that have busted through and have become superstars? Are you proud of the evolution of wrestling as entertainment?
But I love these kids now, and I'm not just saying it because I work for WWE. Listen, Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, Cody. Cody, look at his dad, Dusty Rhodes, one of the biggest names ever in this business. But Cody's been through so much overseas, different companies and stuff, and he's doing so great now. But everybody up there is so good. L.A. Knight's been around the block a few times, and he's doing great. But the Usos, what a great history from their family. But just everybody, the ladies, oh my God, the ladies have really come through. Back in our era, we had Moolah and Mae Young, and that was it for us, and Sensational Sherry. But now the ladies are so great, But I'm just so happy to still be involved doing stuff with these guys.
How do you, I'm not going to give your age, but you look like $1 million.
Oh, thank you.
How do you keep it going? How do you keep your energy up? Because you're still,
well, you know what?
Everything you were when I first saw you when I was a kid.
Well, you know what I do? I get up every day, and I'm not mad at anybody. I don't hate nobody. I'm not jealous of anybody. I don't look back and go, why didn't we do this with me? It's not about that. Whoever they wanted to let me manage, I was grateful for. I made jackets for everybody. If I had Earthquake and Typhoon, I had my Earthquake jackets. And you know what? I ain't a Democrat and I ain't a Republican. Like The Rock says, I'm just a jabroni. And that's
so
it.
Cool.
And so,
sorry, it's so cool.
I just want everybody to be happy and be good and everything. I got to tell you this quick story.
Yes, please.
I hardly ever have time off because I try to work as much as I can. Tony Hunter keeps us really going, which he does a great job of that. But I went to see Todd Rundgren, who's a singer. He had Hello, It's Me and all those songs. I never get to go. So I went to the Capitol Theater Thursday night 2 weeks ago. Now I'm going through the Capitol Theater. They got everything you get scanned now going through, So I get scanned going through. The guy, hey, Jimmy Hart, how you doing? Oh, I'm glad you came out. Oh, yeah, hardly every time off. It's great. And right in front of it, there was protesters. It had signs like, Jesus saves, and I'm not against that. He does. Jesus saves, repent of your sins and stuff. Now, why me? I'm going through the line. This big guy, 6 foot tall, goes, Jimmy Hart, you're a sinner. You're going to hell. I'm going, oh, my God, what am I going to do? Now, he was filming, and I thought, okay, I can't be Jimmy Hart from Memphis and really turn on an interview. So I went, God loves you. We love you. God, the more I ski, the more I said, we love you. God love you. I thought, boy, how's he going to put that out anywhere? Because I'm putting him over,
No
and I wanted to say, look, on one arm I've got what would Jesus do? The other arm I've got what would Jesus do? And I said, I go to church on Sundays when I'm in town. I tithe. So what more can you do? Wow. How does he know? What I mean, it's crazy. But I realized that. But he filmed it all. But I hope he had a good tape of it. But I was going, we love you and God loves you too. We love you. Blah, blah, blah. But I wanted to say, how did you know who I am unless you saw me in wrestling, right? But it is what it is.
They've seen you for 50
years.
He
was there protesting the music, so, what can you do?
The Hardys and wrestling superstars coming to Forefront Field July 10th. Again, tickets start at just $15. Get on over there. You're going to see this legend, Jimmy Hart, who you're probably hearing on the radio. You're watching on YouTube Live. An absolute legend, WWE Hall of Famer. Again, JBL's going to be there. Lex Luger's going to be there. Jerry the King, Ron Simmons. You got Matt Riddle there. There's going to be so many superstars there. Ring time or bell times at 7, correct?
7 and autographs at 4, and I think it's 8 big matches too. It's going to be 8 big matches on the show. So I went by the stadium earlier today. My man took me by there, and it looks great. They're really getting everything looking spotless. It's going to be beautiful. It really is.
I mean that. They do a wonderful job over there. They really do. Tone, you got anything left?
We love you, Jimmy Hart.
We love you.
This
Hey, if you get a chance, y'all go to SummerSlam this year. I mean, it's going to be awesome. 2 big days outdoors, man. All the major stars are going to be there, so I hope you get a chance to go. It's going to be great.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
We love you guys, man.
The great Jimmy Hart in studio with us. Can we take a break? You want to wrap it up right there?
We'll take a short one.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Wonderful to have you, Jimmy. Thank you.
Did you hear?
Get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Sexy boy. Then I raised the key and went, sexy boy.
Well, that's not going anywhere.
Yes. I didn't. Owen, thank you so much for telling me that.
Ready. Oh, Daryl's not on the phone. Whenever Daryl comes back.
Thank you so much for telling me that. I had no idea. I thought I heard about him right. I had no idea he was in the background singing it.
Sexy boy. Then I raised the key and went, sexy boy.
Now that's a falsetto. He could be in the Four Seasons.
He's so great. He's so great.
And the catalog, the sheer catalog.
Honestly, you have to go because you've probably never done it. I'm a nerd when it comes to this stuff, but go watch the old Gentries. I think it was on, I forget what TV show it was on, but you see him like singing and dancing. It is a quintessential like late 50s, early 60s dancing pop song, Beach Boys style, all that. And he's dancing in the background. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got a tambourine in his hand.
Like some of it, you try to set him up, and like we've had really good wrestling interviews before. Like Scott Hall was one of the best. I mean, that was amazing because he's been talking people into buildings for nearly 50 years, and that people were saying to close my mouth because my mouth was agape the entire time on YouTube Live. Because I was just in awe. I was absolutely in awe. I've never got to meet him. I know he's been in here before. I think he's actually been here a couple times before because this station's been around for 15 years now, and this has been a radio station here for a longer time than that. So I know he's been in here before that. I never got a chance to meet him, and he's always one of the guys in wrestling that you always hear how nice he is, and I mean it. He is absolutely as nice as what he's said to be. And he is one of the top 5, arguably the best, but it's all arguable. It's all subjective. One of the top 5 managers in wrestling history. I mean, there's him and about 4 other guys, and that's about it. And there's not really managers anymore.
That took me directly back
my
to
God,
watching those. I remember, renting all the early WrestleManias and going back and seeing every single one. So that was crazy to have him in
see
studio.
a young sports boy Tony being compared to Jimmy Hart.
Well, I love the managers. I love the managers way more than anybody, than the actual wrestlers. Their ingenuity, the creativity, and you could see, I mean, how he talked about all the jackets and.
Well, I mean, yeah, and being able to get, again, talking people into the building, getting people in, being able to be a mouthpiece for guys who might not be able to do it as well, but they knew they had physical prowess. That is a very deep skill to have. That's just, I'm sorry, I'm tickled pink. I'm glad LeBron didn't make his decision during that. I'm glad that didn't happen during that because it did hit me like I haven't checked Twitter.
It would have been rude to LeBron to continue to talk to Jimmy Hart, but that's what we were going to do. So
it's true. Thank God we didn't have to make that
choice.
He
asked us off. He goes, it's the question we get.
First thing he asked.
From everybody.
First thing he asked.
I love when they're these weirdos online. Who cares about LeBron anymore?
Everybody
Give
does.
it up. Like, that's the first thing he asked us.
I asked you that. We were golfing yesterday. We got asked that at least 10 times. It's a question that's probably on. I asked you how many times has that been asked on a golf course, and I just couldn't help it laugh. We get off. He goes, is LeBron coming back? And we're like, well, we'd love to be able to tell you. We don't know. We're not sure. But thanks to Jimmy Hart for coming on. He was outstanding. Thanks to Mary Kay. She's always outstanding. We love Mary Kay. Love Mary Kay. Just, few people are the mouth of the South. This is so great. I'm ear to ear right now. This is so awesome. But yes, go see Wrestling Under the Stars tomorrow night. 7 p.m. bell time. 4 p.m. they start signing autographs out there. LakeErieCrushers.com/wrestling. It's over there in Avon, right off the highway. Stadium is obviously beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. First ball game I ever took my son to. Crushers game. So you got a lot to have fun with tomorrow. It's going to be fun. Big thanks to everybody who joined us. We're back tomorrow, 6 to 10. Justin Latta, he'll talk to us baseball at 7:20 for Big Country.
Maybe we'll have some LeBron news.
Jeff, for LeBron in the news. For John, for the Slippery Wizard Anthony Lima, I'm Ken Carman. Have a wonderful day, my friends. Got to get a win. Got to get a win for the Guardians tonight. Or today.
Must win.
Raise the key and win. Sexy boy.
They travel, they read, they sing, and they dance. Always.